Taken off, so it's done.
Let's call the meeting in order. Everyone please stand and recite the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Ashley, can I have roll call, please?
Hidma.
Here.
Jurdy.
Here.
Fisher.
Here.
Briggs.
Here.
Cavalier.
Here.
Alt. Here. Clough.
Here.
Menard.
Okay, it's time for the open forum. If anyone would like to address council on any issue not already on tonight's agenda, may come to the podium, state your first, last name and address, please. Hearing nothing from the chambers. Anybody on the phone bridge?
Nobody on the phone, bridge, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, we have a few presentations tonight. Start off with the first one from John Roscoe. I hope I'm saying that right. He's gonna CPA from Miller McDonald regarding the 23 audit. Welcome.
Hello there, members of the city council. Thank you for having me here this evening. As mentioned, I'm John Roscoe with Miller McDonald. We did the 2023 financial statement audit for the city. I just want to kind of go over a few highlights and explain what the audit was. And so if you want to look at the screen on page 1, the purpose of the audit is to present the financial statements in all material respects. When we talk about all material respects, each in the financial statements, each major fund and the smaller funds are aggregated together to make opinion units. So each column in the financial statements has its own opinion unit and materiality. And so for the city's major funds, for example, the general fund had a materiality level of 77,000. The water fund was 100,000, wastewater was 40,000, park and rec was 29,000. So that gives you an idea of when we are looking at the financial statement opinion of what we're discussing when we're talking in all material respects. So it's not a real detailed line by line review. It's more of a big picture of each individual fund presented and in their financial statements. So the city did receive an unmodified opinion on each one of their opinion units. It means that the financial statements were presented fairly in all material respects. So it looks a little bit different than last year. There was a couple of funds that were qualified last year, but that was related to the leases. The city did get the lease information implemented this year, and so all the funds were presented fairly. On page 5, or slide 5, I guess. In addition to the financial statement audit, the state auditor's office has select statutes that they want reviewed. And if there's any compliance issues associated with that, to be included in the financial statement report. The city did have 2 items that are presented in the schedule of findings and responses. We'll go over those a little bit with the other internal control findings. Because then on slide 7, in the back of the audit, it's page 87 of the audit report. There's a letter related to internal controls. So as part of the audit, we don't do an audit of the effectiveness of the internal controls of the city, but we do have to gain an understanding of them to determine what the design our audit procedures around those internal controls. And so we do have to gain that understanding. If there's anything that we determine during the audit that where there's a deficiency in the internal controls, then if they're deemed to be either significant or material, then they're included as in the audit report. And so internal control deficiency means that the control that would not prevent or detect a misstatement on a timely basis. And then they're evaluated from there if they're material. If there could be a material misstatement in the financial statements because of the control, they're a material weakness. If they're if the deficiency is less than material but deemed significant enough that it should be presented, then they're included as a significant deficiency. And so on slide 9, there were 5 internal control deficiencies noted and the 2 compliance deficiencies. That starts on page 89 of the audit report. The first one is new this year, timeliness of bank reconciliations. One thing I should state, kind of with these internal controls, you know, this is all related to 2023. Obviously, the previous 3 years has been a lot of change in the finance department, and so some things that occurred during the 22, 23, and 24 are kind of related to the turnover and the changes in staffing. So the first one was related to the bank reconciliation. So towards the end of the year, the bank reconciliations were not being completed. That's a key control procedure to ensure that transactions are entered into the software, into the accounting system. The second one was similar, is a repeat from the prior year. Has to do with the fund balance classifications. Currently, the trial balance is being used to track those classifications, but there was never a monitoring of ensuring that all fund balance classifications, whether or not they're restricted or designated by either council or the finance department, were included in the trial balance. In addition, also the use of those funds. They were set up to be tracked automatically, but there was no monitoring process to ensure that those transactions were being done. On the next page.
Sorry, does that mean we could be taking funds out of a restricted category with, that's probably not the proper way to do it? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Potentially, if it wasn't coded to the right account, that could be an issue. I'm trying to think of the difference. I don't know if there's
Or we could be taking stuff out of the non-restricted that should be probably coming out of the restricted, vice versa, probably, correct?
Right, that's more likely as maybe you could have used restricted funds that, and they came out of the unrestricted category. That's would be the more likely scenario because.
Is it possible to identify any of those situations to go back and undo them?
Yeah, and I guess I'm not sure where that currently sits in 24.
I guess probably a better question is, Jeff, you having seen this audit report already, have you guys talked about how you're gonna make sure this doesn't happen going forward?
We are working, Lance has just come back, from his honeymoon,
Okay,
so congratulations on your wedding. But I have been reviewing this in his absence, and we will be sitting down with Holly and moving over to ensure.
could we have another meeting going forward once you guys have come to some conclusions about how you'll have these kind of fail-safes in place to make sure that we don't have that issue? Because this issue's happened last year, so we wanna make sure that we're not continuing on with the same issues.
As the late date in 24 currently, and my arrival in July, I would anticipate that if nothing has been done as of yet, that the 24 audit would likely to have similar findings.
Understandable, but I'd like to know what you're gonna do to make sure that we don't have it going forward, once you guys have come to that conclusion. Sorry, thank you.
So the finding number 3, I guess, relates to journal entry documentation. So this was new this year. There's just journal entries that were requested where the documentation supporting the transaction was not found. And that, again, kind of had related to the staffing turnover. I don't think that's gonna be an issue going forward. It was kind of more of a, some were found, some were not, so they were probably there. It's just more of a, appeared to be more of a retention organization than anything, but. The fourth one was segregation of duties. That directly relates to the staffing turnover, only having one individual there for parts of the year, majority of the year really would. It's just you just didn't have enough of the staffing at that high level to do all the proper segregation that you would need. And so that's one, I wouldn't be overly concerned, you have that corrected now. The fifth one was identification of fixed assets, and that was on there last year as well. Same thing, it was more of the monitoring process to ensure that the transactions are recorded properly. There's a few instances where it's the fixed asset maybe was added, but it wasn't put in the proper category, or in case it was missed. So that reconciliation and monitoring process wasn't done at the top level, and that's directly kind of related to the staffing shortage and what might be the the highest priority of your procedures.
So that would fall back basically on journal entries then? No?
A lot of that is done at the transaction level when the disbursements are made. If they are capital in nature as well, the system, you can identify them in the software. And then you also identify the cost that it's coming from the fund and the account, but also what asset category it should be in. And so that's usually done at the transaction level. There are some journal entries that would be associated as well, but that's it's kind of both. It could be part of a journal entry, but it doesn't necessarily have to be, I guess.
Is it more of like a checks and balances where you're having it monitored at the transaction level and then having it monitored at a higher level, so they're reviewing that? Is that what you're referring?
Yeah.
So it's more than one person looking at it?
There was two Minnesota legal compliance findings mentioned. The first one related to claims and disbursements, and under that section, there's a long outstanding check. A statute stating that regular checks over 3 years and payroll over 1 year need to be remitted to the Department of Commerce. So there were some checks on last year's bank reconciliation that were underneath the 3 years. Now they exceeded the 3-year limit, and they were not just, annually, you're supposed to remit those to the Department of Commerce, and that just wasn't completed. Next, on page 12 or 92, 12 of the slides, 92 of the audit report. Last one was bid documentation. It's part of the statute review. We would look at the bid and quote procedures, and some of them were not able to be found. And again, I think it's more of retention on who was here than anything, but we weren't able to review it. Last year, there was a couple of findings, one related to financial statement preparation, the other one related to material audit adjustments. Both of those were resolved this year with the hiring of CLA to help with that year-end procedures in the finance department. And then there was a legal compliance finding last year related to report to the county related to your debt, even though you don't have debt, it has to be included. The report still needs to be sent to the county, and that was completed in the current year. So we're supposed to resolve. So if you go to the slide 13, or it's page 84 in the audit report, just as a big picture, obviously we're kind of way past year end as far as the financial transactions and looking at new reports. So just as a big overview of the fund balances at year end, the overall the city's fund balance decreased slightly, mainly related to the capital projects that you completed between the streets and the park, Central Park project is where the asset decrease was. One thing to note with those big capital projects as you're doing those, the general fund at the end of the 2023 showed 6.1 million in fund balance. However, a third of that was internal related, because as you look down to Red River Corridor and street construction, and it's mainly street construction at 1.9 million deficit, there's a receivable. They essentially borrowed funds from the general fund. Well, if there's no future revenue to cover that, then that's gonna be a loss in the general fund, and really is more about a 4 million in operating fund balance. Any other questions?
Can I just ask about a couple items that I was just trying to understand. So under expenditures, I think it's on page 63, for the city administrator, it said the final budget balance was like 1.1 or 1,100 or okay, 1 million, right? So what falls under that outside of just the city administrator's salary?
It's a good question without having the trial balance right in front of me. I'd have to double, I'd have to, before I can get back to you on that, with that grouping.
Right, I'm just like, yeah, I was just looking for some like the over budgets on that. And then another one that I was just curious if there was some anomaly was under expenditures for streets and highways. It says that the actual was 0. Is there a reason for that? On page 66. We budget 1.3.
You have to go back and look, you know, that's probably part of the, which fund you're using the capital projects out of.
Okay.
I don't have that
Okay,
one, we can look into.
okay,
So that's, cause kind of if you look at, improvement versus, yeah, street construction this year. You know, 1.9 million in street construction,
and if we could just get these numbers, that'd be great. And then the last one I had is it looks like, culture and recreation, which I'm assuming is park and rec, was almost over $1 million, their budget. Is that, and that's page 67.
Right. A lot of that has to do with the, projects on here.
Okay, so that has to do with like the Central Park project?
Yeah.
And it just wasn't recorded correctly, or we were waiting for funding, is that what that was?
I guess with no one here that was, I said, you know, the finance department that was involved in the budget to ask the questions. Some of the budget variances, we basically would check for, reasonableness, like an over budget, okay, what were those costs, right? And that project was obviously not an approved project, why it wasn't in the budget. It was probably more carrying over the budget from prior years as you're trying to prepare and learn how to do it. So that's where our review would be is where the variance was on the individual basis, and then the fact that it was different, was that reasonable, especially on an over budget? It didn't go into the fact of why it wasn't budgeted, I guess.
Okay. So we can get some more information on those other two though? Thank you.
Any other questions? If something does come up afterwards, feel free to get ahold of me, and I'll hopefully be able to get something back to you. Other than that, I do appreciate the staff, was very wonderful to work with, and we did appreciate working with the city this year.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next presentation would be, Get Kids Outdoors, Adam Parnell Memorial. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for the invitation to come and join you this evening. Thank you very much. Just to speak a little bit about our foundation, that was started in the passing of our son a year and a half ago. A little introduction for those that don't know, it's real short. We're real short. Our son Adam has, all of his friends are in the 40-year-old range, 35 to 45, and we think we know our kids, but the stories we heard after his passing from his friends and his acquaintances were just amazing. What he did with youth and those families was just amazing. And as it turns out, we couple that with his love for the outdoors. So that's where we come up with our foundation, 501c3, Get Kids Outdoors. Our mission is the following. We curate and provide events for youth in the community, for kids to engage them in outdoor activities that will last them a lifetime. They'll be inspired to continue those activities through their lifetime. And people ask, is it for kids with disabilities? We say absolutely. Is it kids of color? Absolutely. We have no limitations. But we say it's for kids that have limited opportunity to participate. And when I say that, it's for kids that just don't, they have the desire, they have the want to try an outdoor activity, whether it be downhill skiing, cross country, fishing, you know, I'll refer to a couple of events that we've had in the past. Ice fishing, things like that. We had a couple of events, last February, we took 42 kids out ice fishing out at Langby. Half of those kids had never fished ever before in their life. As part of that UMC, we asked the Natural Resources Club to help us with a classroom on wheels. So as the bus is traveling out to Langby, they did a presentation on fish species identification, invasive species, things of that nature. We fished the afternoon, kids had a ball. We fed them, we caught enough fish for a fish fry. We sent them home with fish plus seasoning and instructions on how to cook those fish. Not assuming every family has done that. Summertime, fast forward, we did the same thing. In this case, we took kids out in the summertime. We had 28 rather. Half of those kids there again had never caught a fish ever before in their life. And to see the smiles on their faces after they caught 30, 40 fish in those boats was just amazing. The things we're doing, we can't do without volunteers. We've had great support from different people in the community. It's been just a fantastic event. As we traveled out to Maple Lake on the summer event, we took those kids to the Rydell Refuge for a couple hours. And they broke them out into groups, and they went different groups, different places. Their staff people out there taught them about the environment, the frogs, the birds, the trees, whatever they. So whatever we do, we plan to have incorporate a learning experience along with the actual activity, outdoor activity. One of the things we do is we're committed to giving these kids the tools. On those couple of fishing trips, every kid got a brand spanking new fishing rod. They got a tackle box full of tackle. So they can take that equipment and use it with their friends. They can go to Bob's Pond, they can go to the river, they can go to wherever they want to go, and they've got the actual physical tools in their toolbox, in their pocket, to go out and do that on their own. And hopefully that will inspire them to do this throughout their entire career. Other things we've been involved with is we supported the junior golf event this summer. There were like 70, 80 kids there. We supported that. That was a fun event as well. There again, get kids outdoors. Our focus, for a lack of a better term, is to, we like tackle boxes, not X boxes. And that's what we're trying to do. More tackle boxes, less X boxes. Coming up in the winter events here, something that we really haven't rolled out publicly, but it'll be coming soon. I guess a lot of people know about it. We're going to place a fish house on the river here in town for kids and families to use at no charge. They'll reserve that fish house at the hardware store. They'll get their bait. They'll get a box of tackle, equipment, whatever they need to go fishing on. They'll put it in the Red River. I asked Susie Kaiser, will they catch fish? She says, you bet. But you gotta watch them fishing people. They sometimes don't always tell the truth. But it's gonna be fun. We're gonna place that out there, and who knows? I mean, we hope that it's taken care of, and people respect the property and use it. And there again, get kids outdoors, have the experience, give it a try. So with that, I guess goes into our request a bit. I'm not sure what my time limit is, but I'm almost done.
We're down 5 minutes for each presentation, so you're getting there.
The funds requested will help us continue these activities, not one in specific necessarily, but continue them as a group as we go forward with our foundation. The events we have, we fully intend to have them as annual events every year, going forward for as long as we can. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. So thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Fred, can I ask some questions
Yep, I'm
before you
sorry.
go? So, is this focused on the kids in Crookston, or is this like a larger regional?
Okay, great question. Most of the activities we had, majority of them are from Crookston, there's no question. Yep, great question. Kids from other communities, if they participate, they're more than welcome. We don't exclude kids from Fisher, Fertile, etc., Climax, wherever. We don't exclude them.
And this $5,000, what specifically do you think you would be utilizing that for?
It would go to help us out with this fish house we're gonna put out there. Well, there again, we hope that's gonna be, something we'll do for many, many years. And also help us continue the events that we have, that I spoke of a bit ago.
And do you have any other funding sources that you guys rely on annually?
Yes, we do. We did have a golf scramble this last summer as a fundraiser towards our activities. So that goes towards our expenses as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Fred.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, presentation from Scruffy Tales Humane Society.
Mr. Mayor and the council, thank you for having me back. That is our Scruffy Tales financial statement from the last, up to 23, I believe it was. The last time I was here talking to you, we were in dire financial straits and some hard work on some fundraising and a letter to our donors, and we managed to bring in $75,000 in the last 2 months. So we're gonna stay open, is the good news. So what we're working for now is we have a need for 3 pieces of capital equipment. 2 of those are being a commercial washer and dryer. We do a lot of laundry there, lots of dog bedding, towels, that kind of thing. And the current machines that we use and have been using for several years, when we go through them, are made for households, mostly because those are less expensive to purchase. Unfortunately, when something goes wrong, they don't honor the warranty because we're a commercial organization. So we're wanting to procure a commercial washer and dryer. The other things that we're looking for is I don't know if any of you have ever been to a dog groomer's, but we need a dog wash station so that you can bathe an animal when they come in. If they're small enough, you can put them in a sink, but when you've got a German Shepherd, that's a little hard to do. There's also the associated cost of installing those, and there's some drywall work that would need to be done, which is where we come up to the 15,000. Commercial washer and dryers run about $4,000 for each piece. Dog wash station roughly, depends on how glamorous you get, but they are anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000. And I guess I don't need to tell anybody what drywall work costs, but that's all dependent on the contractor. So we're hopeful to be able to get some funds to help supply some of those and keep providing our rescue, rehab, and rehome of animals. Any questions?
So your washer and dryer, it's $4,000 each, so a total of $8,000 for the washer and dryer?
Yeah, that's the range. You can get cheap ones that might run you $4,000 for a pair. The average is more like $4,000 each. Yeah.
If you had to choose between one being a priority, which one would you choose?
Either
The washer and dryer or the?
Oh, the washer and dryer, by far. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Have you looked into renting those by chance?
I have not looked into renting those. Never even entered my mind.
The only reason I ask, having worked in spaces that do that, is that if something breaks down or whatever, there's like a more immediate care of those pieces.
As opposed to, do we have the money to replace it? Yes.
Right. So just a thought.
Okay,
going
thank you.
forward.
Yeah, well, we'll put that on the list of things to do. Anything else?
How's your populations?
I beg your pardon?
How's your animal population?
Animal population, we got lots of puppies right now, if anybody wants one. Let's see, we have right now we have 6 puppies. We're down on cats, which is good because they were kind of exploding, still lots of kittens. Instead of 20 kittens, we probably have 10, and 4 mature ones. And we've got 6 mature dogs. And one's on a bite hold, so he won't be with us very long, but anyway.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations on raising that money.
Yeah.
Well, and we have a good fundraiser plan for November 16th. It's a purse bingo, so girls, you should all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next is Tri-Valley Opportunity Council. Welcome.
Hello, welcome, good evening, thank you for having me. So I'm here, my name is Elizabeth Hensard from Tri-Valley Opportunity Council, specifically the Transportation Department. So the bus, as you guys see around town. So we provide curb-to-curb service for the community members. We are requesting $16,000 for the local share of capital and for our operating budget in 2025.
So just tell me where you need to be and I'll take you there.
You're good. So the community members rely on our bus to get to jobs, medical appointments, shoppings, social, and other personal activities. Our buses in Crookston run from 5:15 a.m. to get those people to work and run till 8:30 at night. That's Monday through Friday. Saturdays, we run 10 to 4, and Sundays, 7:30 to 1:30. As of January 1st of this year to the end of September, we have provided just under 70,000 rides in just the city of Crookston. Rides have increased over 18% in Polk County so far this year as compared to last year. And as far as capital buses, so class 400 buses, those are the buses you see driving around town. Seat 18 passengers. The price on those have increased dramatically since the pandemic. We were paying around $100,000 per bus. Now they just wrote a check, $194,000. They have increased that much. So we are requesting $16,000 for both the local share of capital and for some operating budget in that as well. So, any questions?
Can you remind me, how much has it increased since last year for ridership?
Yeah, and in just Polk County, it was 18% in Polk County. In the city of Crookston, it's about just over 1%.
1%?
1%, yeah.
You also transport students that prefer to bus instead of the school bus.
Yep. All of our buses, I mean, we transport school kids, the elderly, all of our buses are handicap accessible, so they have that option as well, so.
Can you tell me, do you have percentages broken down as to how many people you are taking to and from work or jobs?
I don't have that offhand, but I can probably get a rough estimate. If I had to guess, I would say that as far as work, we're probably doing about 15 to 20%.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Downtown Crookston Development Partnership. Hi, Shirley.
Hi, how are you? So first I want to just say that because we're a small town, we wear a lot of hats. And we've just done the Crookston Area Community Fund grant process. We just finished that last week and letters are going out. And I guess what I want to acknowledge is the people in the room today are really the backbone of our community. They volunteer, they work, they make Crookston what it is. And I just think you have a great panel of folks who are going to be presenting to you tonight, some of which we have funded in a small way through the Crookston Area Community Fund. We're a pretty small fund, and we, as with what you're experiencing tonight, always have a plethora of requests that are valid and worthy, and we're only able to fund a small slice of it. But anyway, putting back on the hat of the Downtown Crookston Development Partnership, okay, so for the last 3 years, we have done these downtown events. They used to be called Party on the Patio, and that was after we had the portable patios constructed that could be utilized for downtown businesses on any business street to either add seating or space for a sale and still have clear sidewalks. We have used them recently for our Tuesday Tunes events. We also do a series called Broadway at the Grand. Our events are intergenerational. They're available to all ages. We spend a lot of attention making sure that they are a friendly event. They are held at the corner of 2nd Street and Main Street downtown. It has wonderful acoustics. We get great cooperation from the Parks Department, the City of Crookston. We bring in a stage, we bring in vendors, we bring in food trucks. And a couple of things that you'll see in our budget is one, to continue to have those events. The second one is to look at increasing the visibility of our historic buildings downtown and utilizing some funds to be able to have some additional wayfinding signs. And I'm not sure if you want to go through any of those, Keenan, or if we're not going to. Oh, there we go. Okay, well, here's a couple of pictures of the parties. We have a variety of musical folks that come. You can see the kids having fun. A highlight of the summer, which everyone is still talking about, is still Fiesta de Crookston. Here's a couple of our Broadway events. We celebrated the 40th anniversary of a great Minnesota classic movie, Purple Rain. That one was an adult-only viewing because of the content of the movie. But Broadway at the Grand is a series that we do through the wintertime. We are as supportive as we can be to other downtown businesses. When the Grand said that their participation in seeing movies was down and they would not have movies on Monday night, we immediately mobilized to do a different series in the fall. And we'll be doing the Book of Life to continue our inclusive and welcoming community towards the Latinx community. The Book of Life will be an excellent presentation on November 28th. So again, it's a very symbiotic relationship to keep downtown thriving. You can see the picture of our lovely Grand Theater. That was for the showing of Hamilton. We bring in food trucks when we can for activities downtown. And then these are some examples of our wayfinding signs that we've seen in other communities. They would not necessarily be the signs that are going to be put into place when you do the final Highway 2 reconstruction in 2027, but they are the signs that would help people find the downtown square, the movie theater, the places where they can get information about visiting our community, and as well as really documenting either the historic buildings as they exist or historic buildings as they no longer exist in our downtown. Again, some more examples showing where you can pick up some trails. And then lastly, we have done this project in the past and we are revitalizing it, which is to utilize the window storefronts in our downtown to become marketing and art opportunities. So there on the bottom left is a more stylistic art example, and the other two are really about perhaps Domino's would purchase some space on Broadway to be able to have some ads. And as you know, we have some empty storefronts that could use some spiffing up of the windows until they are rented. Do you guys have any questions? We've come here so many times. Many of you have come to our events. You've participated in the events. There is a lot going on always in downtown Crookston, but there's always a lot going on in Crookston as exhibited by all the people that you have here today.
Looking at your reports, it seems like you're doing a good job, like making, like not a profit, but your ending balances are going up. Like for the 20,000, do you think you're gonna do a bigger event or something that you're planning on, or
Yes.
something that's gonna?
I think that, well, a couple of things. The cost of the signs and the cost of having historical plaques on the building probably exceeds what I would at least have imagined they were going to be. We also, Fiesta de Crookston, we were able to get a Welcoming Communities grant to help fund that. I don't know that that will be available again this year. We are always looking for grant opportunities, but we certainly want to do a second annual version of that. And as you can see, it was, I'm looking at it up there. I guess it's not listed because of the grant, but it's fairly expensive. It's fairly expensive to bring in entertainment that goes for that long, entertainment that is intergenerational. And what we have done is try to find the most economical entertainment groups that we can in the community or in the region. And what we're talking about this summer, because Fiesta de Crookston was so successful spending a little bit more money, is hopefully having a more of a draw entertainment. So yes, the bottom line is yes. Yes, bigger, better. faster, stronger, to quote somebody that I'm sure is politically incorrect at this point, but that's what we are working towards, so thank you.
Thank you, Shirley.
Yep.
Okay, aquatic boosters, Mr. Erdman, I think.
Actually, he is unable to attend, so I am going to be taking his place tonight.
And this is regarding Oxcart.
Correct. Thank you guys so much for having me. My name is James Pagashnik, for those who are unaware, and I've had the pleasure of being the chair of the Oxcart Days committee for the last 2 years, and I've been asked to come back for another year. I've been a part of the festival now for the better part of a decade, ever since I was asked very politely by Nell DeBoer to consider helping out, something that I've been told is a very shared experience in the Crookston community. I bring greetings from the executive board and from the Crookston Aquatic Boosters as we hold the 501c3 that makes it so that we can hold the Oxcart Days Festival every year. I wanted to first mention how the festival is doing because we just wrapped up here back in August. The festival had a fantastic year last year, or rather in August, by just about every metric that we could look at. Even with the inclement weather on Wednesday and Thursday, we had a fantastic turnout, and we're in the black for the second straight year. That money has already been reinvested back into the festival for a bigger band this year and events that we're hoping will be very popular. The 2024 festival was 7 days, 60 events in 23 locations, and I hope that you were able to make it out to some. Just a quick thank you to our sponsors, and a special thank you to all of our fire, police, parks, water, streets, the city administration, and the council. I cannot tell you, or at least I attempted to, in my letter to the community shortly after it concluded, how integral you guys were to our success, both with assistance, guidance, physical labor, planning, all of that. It was key in making this one of the best festivals we've ever had. We are planning some things for 2025 already, and we have an event that is potentially in place for 2026 that will definitely bring in hundreds of people into our community. We're very excited about, but we need to confirm it. But we wanted to look at a couple of numbers here for 2024 as far as kind of where we were at for our budget. We had asked for $6,000 last year as part of the kind of Saturday evening entertainment sort of thing. So if you scroll down a little bit to where it says the 2024 Oxcart Days Festival financials, thank you very much, we've got the listing of our actual revenue. So we have our button sales up at the top, we have our sponsorship as well, what we end up getting in from the vendor show, our cookouts, the Taste of Crookston, all of that, and what it ends up representing. And we ended up making a little bit more on the right-hand side for actuality on a number of different things. We had estimated low, and we ended up doing a little bit better than we were expecting, which was fantastic. But this is what we would like to do. You know, every year we look at what we get from the community for our survey. And there's a number of things that we can do, and there's a number of things we can't do. We can't force the Crookston High School band to go into the parade. We can't force them to do that. But we do have things we can do. We are looking at things like potentially getting more shade, or looking at trying to do more about the Green Hornet situation, or doing a bigger kid event, which is on the docket, and we're just trying to secure the location. But what we'd like to do this year is open things up a bit for the festival and for the community of Crookston. A $5 button gets you into the festival, and we think that's more than fair. Even with the increase of price of everything, we've still managed to keep costs down and keep this family friendly, but it's something that gets mentioned every year, repeatedly. Why do I have to pay $5 for something that either A, used to be free, or I'm a family of 4, I'm a family of 6, and this determines whether or not we walk into the festival at all. Or I drove up here from Fertile to watch my grandkid in the tractor pull, and I've got to pay to come in? So the question is, how do we make this festival more accessible to Crookston and the surrounding community? And it's something we've heard for a long time, and we have a proposal that would hopefully fix this. It's a simple slogan: no buttons, come on in. It's something we've heard for a long time. We'd like to open up the festival to everyone in the community for no charge. Come in, take part, this is your festival, check out the band downtown, vendor show. Everything is free to attend. Our view is that people from out of town would come in and potentially for multiple times, or they would stay longer, not just the 30 minutes to watch what's going on and then leave. Because they know they don't have to spend that $10 to come in with their husband or wife just to see one event. They've got more money to spend on a vendor. They've got more money to spend at a restaurant in town. What we've asked is we feel a benefit to the community. It also opens us up a little bit too, because we're in the space in the square. We could potentially expand that out for more events or to be able to do more things for, say, children or just about anyone else. We could add something like Trinity's parking lot for a spot, and we wouldn't have to have our volunteers over there in order to, police it or make sure that people are selling buttons on the way in.
Excuse me, you're gonna have to wind it up.
Absolutely. But that's the idea at the moment, and our concern is that with this going on, with everything that we're asking for, we feel like this would help make it sustainable for the city of Crookston, for the festival, because there are financial concerns moving forward that could potentially be a nightmare for us and cause the price of everything to go up for us.
So can I just ask, what are you guys making right now in profit for the buttons? I just can't see really.
Oh, absolutely.
18,000.
Yep, so last year, what we ended up selling about a little more than 3,700 buttons, which was fantastic. And the amount that we ended up making if you want to refer to it as profit, was just a hair over $7,000. Now, about $3,000 of that is as a result of the CVB grant that we are not counting on moving forward because of what's been going on there and the city and everything else. So we're not counting on that, which ends up being a concern for us moving forward as far as our financials are concerned.
How much was the grant that you got from the CVB?
$3,000.
And you're not counting on monies coming from the Crookston Visitors Bureau?
At the moment, no. At the moment, we are not counting on anything from that because as far as organization is concerned or anything else, we're with say defunding or whatever is going on that we are not a part of, we're not counting on that as a guarantee for next year, like we have in the past.
What is your total expected expenses for 2025?
Excellent. If you scroll that down a little bit, we have a page here for our expected financials for 2025, a little bit further down. And it involves is that still 2024 or is that 2025? I've got the paperwork here. 2025, the expected revenue is 7,200, including the 20,000 from the city that would take care of all buttons. We're also going to be trying to do more in the way of sponsorships, going from, I believe, 35,000 up to 40,000 here in town. We're slashing a few things as well, but at the moment, that's the expected.
So you're expecting about 33 in expenses, but a revenue of 72? Is that what I just wanna make sure I'm understanding?
No, that would be quite a lot. Let me pull up the.
Or total expected expenses is 72?
Total expenses, about 72, and, total expenses expected about 71,858 roughly.
Okay.
And, total revenue expected is 72,100.
So can I just ask, do you think there's a really big benefit in not having buttons?
I think there is. I think that while the button is a excellent kind of advertiser reminder to people in town, I also feel as if just from working the tables every year, that we have people that feel like that are turned away financially, or we have organizations in this town that, while we go out of our way to donate or make sure that they receive buttons in order to come in, we feel that it still is a bit exclusive to people financially. And again, with everything going up as far as prices are concerned, $20 doesn't go as far for families, and it ends up being something where they're sitting and considering that as to whether or not they go down to downtown and let the kids run themselves exhausted over the bouncy houses. So it's a concern for us, and we feel like we would potentially get more attendance downtown if we were to do this, because people would potentially stay longer, or we feel like people would end up going down and saying, oh, this is open for us. This is open for everyone. Regardless of how much money I have, I can go down there and I can check it out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next one, Prairie Skyline Foundation.
Your Honor, City Council, thanks for having this forum. This is great. We're with the Prairie Skyline Foundation. I'm the board chair and have been there too long. So if you know of anyone who wants to take over, that'd be great, let me know. We're a 501c3 public charity. We've been around since 1996. We have owned the old cathedral for many years and have kept up the maintenance on that. And as you know, it's a landmark in Crookston. Recently, well, I guess it has been about 6 years since we rescued the old Methodist church from going tax forfeit. And that's kind of what we do. We rescue historic buildings and try and find a useful purpose for them within the community. And the community has always said over and over and over, we need a place for kids and we need an indoor place for kids. And it's come to my attention that the Jolt and Jive and the Empower Crookston is many times received recommendations that we have an indoor play space, and I feel like the Methodist Church might be perfect for that. In the meantime, in order to apply for grants and different funding sources, we've had to come up with a reuse for the building that makes sense. And we studied all the past surveys and so on. And again, we just found over and over, that we need an indoor space that we can call our own. Now, it is interesting, I don't know if you know this, but Crookston doesn't have a community center. I mean, there's been attempts and there's been a lot of thoughts floating around on that. But I call it back in the day, I think 80s, 90s, there was a bunch of USDA money going around and all these little towns got community centers. Somehow we didn't. So in looking over the needs, we decided that the best use, this use has evolved over the years, the best use would be as a community center because the old cathedral has that big central space, and then we thought along the side aisles would be awesome stations for creating different forms of art, and then you have something to talk about. You can't just go hang with your buddies all the time. It would be nice to lean over somebody's shoulder and say, hey, what you making? And that opens the conversation, and I think we really do need conversations between all income groups, all races. We have a lot of special needs kids. We have a lot of income disparity. And, where else can you kind of beat that or talk about it is in a cathedral. So most of you have known this story, but I do repeat it for some of the newer members of the council. Our budget, as you can see, runs about, without a grant, just to go on, our expenses run about $4,000 a year, which isn't too bad, but we go donation to donation. I mean, that's really how we exist, and we really need to do much more in the community. I'd like to see as leader that we do like at one huge event. And as you know from some of the figures you've seen up here recently, it's expensive to do that, and that's why we're asking for operating money and in the terms of 10,000. And that would also cover our expenses too, so we didn't have to, we can do these newer events and not worry so much about, bringing in exactly enough to pull off, say, a winter ball, which has always been, one of my favorite ideas. So that's about the operating. The other thing is we gotta get the doors open. People haven't seen the inside of the old cathedral in too long, way too long. And I think people really need to see that the beauty is still there. And to do that, we have
You gotta wind it up, please.
we have stripped down all the floors and found maple hardwood. And we need to get that at least stripped enough and fixed enough so that we can open our doors and have people come in and see, and then they'd be more likely to fundraise. The cost of the basic stripping of the floors and repairing them is $15,000. Now, that doesn't mean finishing it all up, but it does mean we can open the doors. So, are there questions?
Just clarification, so your expenses run $4,000 per year, and then you're requesting $15,000 for floors. I see those $25,000 that you're requesting. What else would that entail?
I'm sorry, I need you to talk right to me.
Sorry, I'm adding up 19,000, you're requesting 25. So 4 for the expenses per year, right? And then 15 for the floors. What else would that encompass for that 25?
Well, we wanted to do a big event. So that could easily eat that up.
Okay.
But we may use it for expenses as well. There's always plywood, there's always fixing, there's always cleaning, there's always stuff to do, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. All right, next one is Care and Share Organization. No one here from Care and Share? Okay. One more time, anybody here from Care and Share? All right, moving on to the Golden Link Center.
I just wanna say what they were requesting, so that they are aware, council's aware, and the public is aware of what they're requesting.
Okay, Karen, I'm not sure what,
30,000.
30,000, but what's their use for it, I'm not sure. But they're requesting 30,000.
Mayor, members of the council, in the financials that were submitted with the grant application, there was no current budget, so we cannot ascertain what that would be used for. They show 258,000 in liquid assets from 2023. That's the last information they provided in their application.
Thank you. Okay, Golden Link Center. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us, Frank. Basic line is we need help to stay open. Without your help, we cannot be open because your funding covers the basic building and manager salary, janitor salary, things like that. I know we have food, but the food service is on its own. What we take in food is supporting the food stuff. It does nothing to help with the rest of the building. So without your help, basically we have no senior center in town. I don't know how to sugarcoat that, but I will. You can ask questions. I've got the budget pretty well down. We do get grants. Last year we got like the Mardar grant, and that helps to pay I think it helped to pay the janitor service we've got. and other things, and we do fundraisers. We've got one coming up, our craft sale coming up. We do fundraisers all the time to add to the main budget or to buy a specific thing. Like we did fundraisers to get the electrical panel done, replaced, and we had a grant that helped do that too, because that was a big deal. And we have a grant getting a new water softener put in. There is some grant money for that. And we got a grant money to fix up the outside of the building. Some of these things would not be done without the grants. But bottom line is we need your help again this year to stay open and provide service to all the seniors in the area. I know last year you asked about the county. Tammy Parkin did send a letter and a proposal to the county, and we heard nothing back on it, so we will try again.
So can you break down the 97,000, what exactly that's addressing?
That would address your utilities, manager salary, janitor's salary and wages, or the service, janitorial service, snow removal, all the essentials of having the building open. Any repairs, a little bit for maintenance, a little bit for, maybe help with a fundraiser to make more money. 'Cause you gotta spend a little to make a little. And I try hard to keep it way down what we spend to make. We just had our pumpkin bake sale. I spent $90 in materials and we made 400, and we took in 416. So you minus the 90, that's 300 and something we made. That'll go into the general budget to help cover any and all the expenses of the building. And some of it buys the paper products that are used in the bathrooms and stuff that would have to be bought even if we didn't have food there. The paper products and the food used in the food part, that pays for itself. Those wages are not included in the city money.
I know that we had kind of had this conversation a little bit last year. Have you guys considered raising the membership fees?
We have discussed that, but as for next year, they'll stay the same, because it's gotta be kind of a process.
Okay.
We will,
And I mean, I'm looking at alcohol and food, and yeah, it pays for itself. But it's gotta turn some profit.
not a lot,
Well, I mean, I'm looking at it, I see that it does not.
yeah.
I'm saying that it has to.
I think, I would agree. I think we had
That's
this
something that
conversation last
has
year
to
too.
happen.
Well, January 1st prices are gonna go up again.
I think that that was a part of the conversation we had, last year too, as well as like reevaluating what your costs are and actually making sure that like you're able to possibly make a little bit more money going forward. The other thing that I'm wondering about is, as far as membership's concerned, I know that there's a lot of people who are not senior citizens that are utilizing this space and having the lower cost meals, and I'm wondering if there's consideration about, you have to be a member in order to get like a reduced cost versus just paying whatever the price is. So I'm just wondering if there's conversations that have been had around that, because I know that we initially had that conversation last year about reevaluating. Maybe your food isn't a moneymaker, but maybe it needs to have a little bit more of a revenue generating understanding that, yes, seniors, are on a lot of times a fixed income, but also making sure that you guys are in the black and are able to help subsidize the work that you guys are doing in there as well.
We've talked about that too, and like I said, we are gonna reevaluate now at the end of the year. Well, actually, next month I will start reevaluating what we spent out and what we took in and compare and figure out how much to raise it so that we can get a little bit more profit in there.
Well, and I'm just wondering if maybe more people would be members if there was a reduced cost for the dining versus those who are just coming in to utilize a cheaper meal. in town? I know there's a lot of workers that aren't senior citizens that are utilizing that because I know that you guys are the cheapest meal in town. And so I just wonder if maybe that should be in consideration, so then your seniors are actually benefiting from that, but then those individuals who can't afford those types of things are also, you know, kind of paying into that service as well.
I'll work that in,
Jeff,
I just have a couple of structural questions, as I look over the budget. You're showing $43,000 in grant income. And in your budget, there's 14,000 that is apparently going towards budgeted expenses. But there's $30,000 that are just simply listed as grant expense. There's no line items that those amounts are going to. It's American Crystal Sugar, grant expense 500, the Bremer grant 10,000.
We did not get the Bremer grant this year.
Okay.
We're hoping to get it next year.
So my question was, you know, and that's some of the questions there. And also, as I move through and I look at, you have 106,000 in total salary expenses listed for salary expenses. And as I scroll down, I see that we have $29,000 in federal payroll
Taxes.
expenses. The only payroll expenses that I'm aware of are FICA, that's 7.65%, which is $8,100. What would be the other $21,000 in payroll expense?
Well, you've got the Minnesota UI fund.
Well, this is simply the federal payroll expense.
Well,
That's the one line item. What is the other 21,000?
Are you guys paying somebody for payroll?
Yes, we do pay, we pay out $92.51 twice a month for them to run our payroll.
Okay, so that would be 2,400 a year. So
And I
where's the
just-
other 19,000? The
Well,
only math that I can figure is that that's being counted as the withholding from the income tax from the employees, because that number is about what it would normally be.
Well,
And again, the Minnesota, I noticed that you have the Minnesota, the unemployment is listed, workers' comp is listed, but you have state payroll expenses of $5,000. What would be encompassing those 5,000?
Okay. I am not sure what your state payroll expenses. You got the old budget or the new budget?
I have
The one
what
that
was
said
submitted to the
January
clerk.
25.
I submitted one a couple weeks ago. Where I lumped everything, all the payroll stuff together, cause that's what someone told me I had to do.
The budget looks like it was submitted
'Cause I had
July
it broken
26,
up, and that was-
2024.
Yeah.
So I redid it.
So is there a newer budget?
Yeah,
I emailed it to, cause I called Tina and I emailed it to whoever she told me to email it to, and I can't remember.
Could we research it and get back with you on it, let you know?
yeah, like I said, I was just curious because that 29,000 in payroll expenses struck out. I've owned several businesses in my career, and that's out of 106,000 in payroll, that seemed
Well, would
a
you be
very
willing,
large amount.
would you be willing to come to the center someday and show me exactly what you would like in a budget?
Well,
Under
I
the
don't think
payroll
that's his
stuff?
job. I think what we need to be presented, we need to be presented with accurate things. It's not incumbent on Jeff to come and research everybody's budget.
Well, no, I just wanna know what lines I should be using in the budget.
Nothing wrong with that.
If you want the state broken down or the federal
Yeah,
broken down,
If
everything
you could
broken
break down the federal, because again, the only federal payroll tax expense that I'm aware of is the Medicare and FICA, Social Security, Medicare, the 7.65%
And that
on the
gets
employer
doubled.
side. And that would only be $8,100 on 106.
That's just out of the employees, right?
Well, that's the employer's portion. The employee's portion is not an expense for this for the Golden Link. The employee's share is the employee share, it's not an expense for the Golden
Okay,
Link.
nobody's ever explained that before.
The Golden Link is simply a pass-through
And nobody's
from the
ever,
payroll withholding. So those expenses are being double counted in the 106 and in the payroll expense, it's being counted twice.
okay, nobody's ever explained that to me.
Do you guys have an accountant who does your books?
We have one that does the payroll and one that does the taxes. And we send her she gets all the QuickBooks things, and she should be calling pretty quick now to get it to file the taxes. So we have a payroll and a tax person. So.
Can I ask, outside of the senior events that you guys do, which is great, and the food service, there's other community groups that utilize your space too, right?
Yes, and they pay rent.
Okay.
As of July 1st, they have started paying rent.
Wonderful. I just want to make sure everybody knows that your space is being utilized by a lot of other community
yes,
people too.
yes.
So can you share with us who those other groups are?
All the service clubs, Girl Scouts, Deb's Canasta, Ken's Study Club, Mathean Club, Kappa, Delta something just had a meeting there and a dinner. I prepared them a dinner. Collectors Club. Everybody's paying rent, $10 for the service clubs and the groups that meet after open hours. The members pay $50 rent plus a $50 deposit, which they get back if they leave the room clean, and non-members, it's $100 plus the $50 deposit, which they get back. And we implemented that July 1st. So next year I've got 2 bookings already for graduation parties.
So it is being utilized by the community as well, so
Yep,
I think
yep.
that's good to highlight for you
It's
as well.
coming in, and let's see what other groups are there. Every once in a while, one will pop up, but those are pretty much our regular ones.
Thank you.
A lot of cards.
The place is highly utilized, it really is.
Yeah. I think it's always nice to highlight.
So do you want me to, look over, reevaluate some things and send you guys a new one, or?
We'll get back to you on that 29,000.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. It looks like someone is here from the Karen Share. Please.
My apologies. Okay, so we did request for funding for $30,000 in order to help our general operating fund. And what that would do is continue for us to be able to be financially stable as we move down to the next year. Our projected budget shows that we have to get in the rear of $125,000 in grant funding in order to be sustainable for the next year. And that includes being able to have 2 security, which is very important for us to continue to keep the facility safe as well as the guests that are residing with us. And as everybody knows, having grants in the northwest area is very difficult to have and get. And so we rely on a lot of DHS funds. And the renovation grant that we were awarded is strictly for renovations only. So we cannot use any of that funding for any of our general operations. So basically, it allows for us to continue to find grants in other areas and be sustainable and allow for our amount of even 125 to still be what we're going to strive for, but it also doesn't incur any kind of obstacles that may come up.
So does the county assist with any of the people that are there?
As far as,
Is there rent that they have to pay or?
No, rent, not at the shelter.
So it's not county, we don't get any assistance from the county?
No, so we do have HSP rooms, so if they're using an HSP room, we work with the county for them to have a separate room, a private room, but that also comes out if you have social security. And there's a portion of that that goes to all of that, and then Polk County, the county helps with the other portion for it.
So can you specifically tell us what the $30,000 you would allot that to? What that would actually be towards?
It would go to everything in general operating. So that would pay, if you look at our budget that we put in there, it is for everything. It would be for payroll, for all of our expenses that we would incur as far as buying food, transportation for our guests, to feed the soup kitchen, to contain our case management, to allow for training. It is really just a multifaceted amount of everything that we do.
And do you guys do like yearly fundraising, or is there anything else outside of those grants that you're applying for that you guys do as far as that fundraising part?
We do. We did a dinner last year and plan to do another dinner again this year. And then we also rely on donations from the community and other resources. But fundraising has been a big part of how we want to grow in the next year. So, but one is being planned again to have a yearly annual dinner like we did last year.
And do you think that there's something that's changed recently from like last year to this year where your funding has gone down, or that you guys aren't as sustainable as you've been in the past? Is there anything that you can share about that?
I just think that there's been so many grant opportunities, and it really is about, in the time that I've been there, 13 months, I've applied for 42 grants. And it gone outside of the normal scope that the Karen Share has been used to going through. And it really is about, if we go statewide, they look at, let's say, the metro area. They're gonna give the grants to their need first, and then whatever outside the state. We did receive the Bremer Auto Grant for $50,000, but were declined the Benedictine Grant Award, which is another one that we relied on for years.
And how much was that one?
That one was for $42,000.
And this is the first time you guys did not receive that one?
Correct. And that was to update security to where we had no more breaches.
And I would like to ask the council for apologies. After their balance sheets, there is a 2025 projected budget. One of them is upside down, but it is there. The question that I have is, in this projected budget, where have you identified the grant money that you're requesting in this grant request?
Where have we identified it?
Yeah, is this grant request listed within the budget that you provided for 25?
No.
And that would lead me to a follow-up question. This budget shows an ending net cash of a balanced budget. So that being said, with a $679 net increase per your budget, if this funding is not allocated in this budget, where is my question, and I'm playing devil's advocate to some extent.
Absolutely.
Where is the need if you have a balanced budget without this funding?
Well, these are projected grants that we are hoping that we will continue to receive as we receive throughout the years. That is where that comes from.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you so much. I apologize, I was late.
Okay, we don't make a decision here for a while. Okay, moving on. This brings us to the agenda. Does anyone wish to add anything to tonight's agenda?
Your Honor, under the regular agenda, if we could add item 7.06, a resolution regarding hiring Joel Piles as the Information Technology Director for the City of Crookston.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Clayton. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got Wendy. Discussion? Hearing none, can I have roll call, please?
Hidma.
Aye.
Jurdy.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
Briggs.
Aye.
Cavalier.
Aye.
Alt.
Aye.
Plot.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. This brings us to the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove anything from the consent agenda? Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Your Honor.
Thank you, Don. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Morgan. Roll call, please.
Hidma.
Aye.
Jurdy.
Aye.
Fisher. Briggs.
Aye.
Cavalier.
Aye.
Alt.
Aye.
Plot.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. This brings us to the regular agenda. Ashley, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Item 7.01 is a resolution regarding a conditional use permit with respect to parcel 82.03061.00 and 82.03063.00 to make the land for outdoor storage use.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution?
Motion, Your Honor.
Thank you, Don. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I think I heard Delane first. Discussion.
Mayor, members of the council, this is a resolution to approve a conditional use permit for parcels off, Greg, if I'm not mistaken, off of 75 on the south side of town.
Just north of 75.
Just north of 75. It is for parking of outdoor vehicles for outdoor storage. It is in compliance with our comp plan. It is in compliance with our code and our ordinance, and it is specifically listed as an allowed use within our zoning.
Thank you. Further discussion.
One of the things to bring to light is, the gentleman, said that he was gonna fix the perimeter fence to enclose any type of, vehicles and stuff that are gonna be stored inside, so.
I think it's something that will benefit, just the fact that it'll be kept up for moving vehicles in and out, so.
Yep.
Okay, further discussion. Hearing none, can I roll call, please? Oops. She left me.
I apologize. Some of the public could hear the white noise in the back, so I was just making sure that they're aware. So, roll call?
Please.
All right. Hidma.
Aye.
Jurdy.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
Briggs.
Aye.
Cavalier.
Aye.
Alt.
Aye.
Plot.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Item 7.02 is a resolution regarding approving the cash farm lease for the Lagoon property for 2024 through 2027.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved, Your Honor.
Thank you, Delane. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Christie. Discussion.
Mayor, members of the council, this is a new lease. We had a lessor that had not renewed, so we did put this parcel out for bid. The only change from previous is the lessor has requested additional tillable land on the side that had been marked off on a plat earlier, and staff has researched and identified that is no longer restricted. It is not restricted by any statutes or state guidelines. Ashley, do you recall the specific? Why there was a.
Was it wetlands?
Pardon?
Was it wetlands?
So, no, it was part of the USDA map that he received, and he had went over to the office and asked if that would be an option for it to be tilled. Meaning right now it's a wooded area, and so he had asked if that could be an option to be able to utilize that, and so.
To clear cut it and utilize it as farmland?
Yes.
So that would be the only change from the existing lease. It was, and
And more money.
And it was an increased amount on this lease versus previous years.
And there's no concerns with DNR or anything else, that they've all been addressed?
So again, currently, I just, his request was to go forward with the FSA office if it was something that they would be able to allow. Meaning for state statute purposes, I had Brandon look into whether or not we had that buffer into the cash farm lease to utilize for the distance from the lagoon. And Brandon had contacted Pat Kelly, the previous public works director, and said that he did not see anything that would be us if he utilized that wooded area to be contiguous with the farming.
Okay.
So.
As long as we've crossed our
Yeah, I
T's and dotted our I's, because I know
Again, I
just
haven't-
being on planning and zoning for county, we're always addressing DNR issues too, and just making sure there isn't any concerns there as well.
We can reach out. I don't believe that the request is contingent. I believe it is simply the lease is acceptable as is, and I believe the additional request is not contingent upon the lease.
Okay.
So we can verify with DNR prior to any action being taken.
Well, thank you.
Okay, further discussion? Hearing none, can I have roll call, please?
Hibba. Aye. Jody.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
Briggs.
Aye.
Cavalier.
Aye.
Alt. Aye. Clot.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Item 7.03 is discussion regarding the nonprofit organization requests.
Okay, this is just discussion.
It is listed as discussion and possible action. It's the council's, it would be council directive as to whether you wished to move forward or simply discuss or table for future discussion.
I mean, I think we set a budget of $125,000, I think, in the past. That is correct, right?
Currently, there is $125,000 in the budget penciled in for this
And I
amount.
think that's the number that we decided as a council last year to cap these types of requests, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's my memory.
Yeah.
So,
The other part of this, I guess, my question to council is we just ranked this as part of the system of what we were gonna,
Well,
so is that ranking
This-
good at this point for this?
This was part, I had presented the council members with items for ranking. This was part, that was more, I wanted to get a feel for the council members' positions on various items. However, given our tight budget year, this amount is fluid. And I would ask for council direction regardless whether we wish to remain at 125 or whether that amount the council would like to adjust that amount. Currently, as written, our budget is with capital, with all of our capital requests, our budget is approximately 1.4 million deficit.
I mean, just for me speaking, I would not like to increase the budget from 125. I'd like to try to keep it at that amount. If anybody has any other ideas?
No, I think that's,
No, I don't think we need to raise
yeah.
it.
So I think the next thing is I'm not sure how to go about it. Do you think it'd be better if everybody just sent in their thoughts and amounts to you, Jeff, sometime within the next week, and you can query them and take the,
Do you
I don't
feel
know
like
how-
we have that time though? I mean, we are getting
I don't know.
down, like, what, do we at least wanna have a discussion, or would you rather have it sent over?
I mean, I look at every one of these and I can see how some of these will have, each of us individually would have a strong opinion one way or the other on each of these. And I don't think as a group, we probably won't agree with.
And here's the other thing, we don't have to give, like, if there's an organization that some people feel strongly about and others are like, we don't have to give the full amount requested.
Right.
I would just say from transparency sake, I think it might be best to have this conversation in the public versus us providing comments to Jeff.
I mean, yeah, we can do that if that's what,
I'm starting to.
so when I look at these things, one of the things that I look at it is what's most beneficial for the city of Crookston as a whole. You know, so, you know, just, in some of these, you know, I'd like to keep the Crookston taxpayer dollars for city of Crookston residents. For the most part, I'm sure some of it can filter over, but I don't like spending Crookston taxpayer dollars that would benefit people that are outside of the city limits that are paying tax dollars.
Do you feel like one of these is more benefiting outside versus
Well, just
inside?
off the top of my head, I mean, I think the Golden Link Center is something we've supported for a lot of years. And the other one that I just, in different parts of our community, I see the bus, Tri-Valley, bus, I mean, that is utilized by a lot of people within our city. And it's, I think it's a valuable. The other ones, I mean, we can debate one way or the other on a bunch of them, but the two that seem to come to the top of mind for me are those two, I guess. But I am not sure, I'm sure I could be persuaded to give less if that's something that was other folks were interested in as well, because I think some of these seems like every year they continue to get more and more. And that was some of the conversations that we've had in the past. We can't be everything for everybody. I mean, so.
I guess I'd like to, I think one that would benefit is get kids outdoors. We have a lot of kids that can't afford to do many things, and it's one that I feel is needed.
Like I said, every one of us is gonna have a different priority on all of these different, and maybe the fairest way, instead of trying to hatch it out here tonight, because everything's debatable, is to rank them and put your own dollar amount. We can still be transparent, and then by the next meeting, just give everybody's.
If the council wishes to move forward with that, while the information is fresh in mind, it is not unheard of, and it is a very common practice to have exactly that, just a ranking, and then the clerk would tally here presently within moments.
Okay.
Could you send that out?
I mean, do it now?
We can't, it is possible, and it is a normal practice in many places.
So when you say tally, are you just saying rank them, and then, what about the dollar amount? Because we still want to keep it under the.
You can rank them, and then if you wish to adjust the dollar amount, that can be a second criteria.
I feel like we did that last year.
Also, do we have last year's community fund breakdown? Like what we gave to each of the groups?
Yes, like what was amount that was given
Yeah,
out was.
who we gave money to?
Did we? I'm trying to remember, I feel like we had a conversation with the Golden Lake about moving forward, this will be the X amount. I cannot recall what that number was.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
70.
In the previous years, I know last year we had the conversation with Golden Lake that like, this will be the max amount to request next year, and you need to find other ways to supplement that, but I can't remember what that number was.
I thought it was, at one time, I don't remember when it was, but I thought at one time we discussed $75,000.
That sounds about right to me.
That sounds right.
Yeah, that sounds.
And I think that we had the conversation about reevaluating their pricing structure at that time. Yeah. I would say, I'm gonna also argue that we spend a lot of money on different demographics as far as age is concerned in our city, and nothing really that focuses on seniors specifically.
Yes.
Nor do we have provided those types of activities at the park and rec level. And I think a lot of the argument for spending this money for Golden Link is because this is our contribution to programming for seniors.
No.
And so I think we also need to keep that in mind, regardless of what we want to say of them like reevaluating their cost structures. I think we also need to remember that we're providing amenities to our folks in general in our town, and that we need to consider that as part of this. Isn't always about revenue generating, but also about providing a space for seniors to go to.
Seems
I guess
like
I shouldn't say
city
revenue
just take
generating,
over
it's
it?
just supporting themselves more.
So it seems like every.
I
Let the city
agree.
just take over?
I agree.
So it seems like every year when we have this discussion, and I think back to when Wayne Melby had the conversation about, we do all the things for the youth in our community. We need to be we need through the Parks and Recs, we fund that. That's not necessarily a revenue generating thing as well. And so, I mean, I agreed with him. But the thing that I'm starting to struggle with is, since my time on the council, it's been going up considerably each year. And I understand the costs continue to go up, but I do agree, I think we need to spend, I think this is
And I think maybe we just need to allot a certain amount of money that we're providing for senior activities, per year. I think the other thing in just the years that I've been on council, we've gone from providing like a one-time need of like a big, commercial refrigerator to things like that, which made sense, to then we're starting to actually provide their operating budget. And I don't think that was ever the intent of how we would support. And so, I mean, for better or worse, I think the other part of it too is that, we gave these directives, but I don't think we also followed up on how those were implemented or what they were doing in the meantime.
One of the conversations we had the one year, because the city was paying for the snow removal, and so at that time, we decided to increase the amount to help cover for the cost of the snow removal. And that's probably why it got increased to where it is now. So like I said, I don't remember what the dollar amount was we discussed, but.
So you asked for what last year you guys approved was 97,000 for the Golden Link, 15,000 for Tri-Valley, 10,000 for the DCDP, 6,000 for Oxcart Days, and then $20,000 for renovations and in-pound for Scruffy Tales.
Somebody correct me, the 6,000 for Oxcart Days was stipulated that it would go
To fireworks.
for fireworks.
Well, I guess, that was back in the day, but I don't think.
We have every year.
That was my
that
understanding
was-
always, is that we were just paying for fireworks, and I was kind of taken back by,
Cause they say they can go to operations or whatever they wanna use with it.
Yeah, but we agreed as a council that it would go for fireworks.
Yes.
and I think that
That was
needs to be
your money.
reiterated, and I'm just curious what that cost is, do you know what the cost for fireworks is?
I do actually. So that amount always goes to fireworks every year. It was the question of whether or not we were able to refer to it as this was money from the city fireworks. The prior city administrator had said that this was kind of a group subject. The fireworks, revenue, the fireworks cost for Saturday evening, we actually listed that as 6,000.
6,000, okay.
6,000.
And then
Sorry,
could
to
you-
hear you.
6,000.
I mean, I would be okay bumping it up from the 6 to the 9 because of the CVB, and we are now taking that.
Well, I think we need to have a conversation about that further before we go any.
Okay.
Because there's $140,000 in that account.
Oh, they still have funds in there? Oh, yeah, okay.
Like significant,
Yeah.
which that needs to be a conversation we have later, but, what was the DCDP again?
$10,000 last year.
Last year, okay. And I think that might actually assist us. And did we do anything for Scruffy Tales?
$20,000.
And that was for the cages, right?
Yeah.
Kennels and something else,
It was the in-pound renovations.
okay.
And I can give you for 2023 too. 2023 year, we did $91,980 to the Golden Link. We did $14,500 to Tri-Valley. We did $5,000 to the DCDP. And we did $6,000 to Oxcart Days. That was for the 2023 year.
2020, you said Tri-Valley was what?
Tri-Valley for 2023 was $14,500.
Yeah, it's like 117,500.
I mean, do we wanna go around and rank them?
When you say rank, cause like I said, there
Is it
are
ranking, or do
9.
we just wanna say what we wanna allot?
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing is cause when you start to have a spreadsheet, it gets to be lengthy, so please, give me a little bit more specific details on how would you like to rank. Because if we're doing on the spot ranking, then do you just wanna do your top 3? I mean, in this,
I mean, I guess I was thinking ranking 1 through 8, like your top 2, your least, and then we can see, like, maybe some of us all have some of the top ones and then the others aren't, but know what has the highest score?
please guide me in which way you would like to.
I have a spreadsheet made. If we wanna just go through and list them 1 through 8, I can.
Do you wanna just send that to?
Let's do that first and then we can address like the allotting.
Yeah.
You wanna do that?
Give me 2 seconds.
So again, so that everybody knows and so everybody watching knows that what will happen is the council will go through and rank the nonprofit organizations from first to last and the amounts that they're wanting to allot for that organization. Is this understanding with the council?
Are we allotting dollar amounts right now, or are we just doing?
You just the amount that you want to donate, is that what you're saying? Cause you wanted to rank.
I wasn't gonna say the amount, just first go through and look and see which ones we may
Okay,
all
so
need
no,
to
Top priorities,
and
and
then
then
we'll
we'll
talk
talk
about
about addressing allotment.
So 1 through 9 instead of 1 through 8?
1 through
I think it's 1 through 8.
8.
1 through 8.
There's 8.
8.
8, okay.
I filled in my amount given, like my recommendation, so just ignore that, Ashley.
Okay.
You can delete that if you want.
There you go. We good?
Yeah,
Okay.
I just sent it to her, so I don't know if she's got it.
Oh, are you gonna do it, Ashley?
Or do you want me to put it in?
However, it hasn't came to me, but I can have it on a scratch sheet right now and I can.
Okay.
Okay, so what do you have, Christie, for top?
If you wanna do both and I.
1 through 8.
So
Sure.
Okay, Golden Link's number 1, Tri-Valley's 2,
hold on. So this is.
Okay,
DCDP's 3,
okay,
Oxcart 4, Scruffy Tale 5,
okay,
Adam Parno 6,
okay.
Karen Share 7, Prairie Skyline 8.
So if you wouldn't mind going over that one more time, cause I just got it.
Oh, you just got it?
Yep.
Okay, so it's 6, 5, 2, 3, 4, 8, 7, 1.
Three. Go ahead.
Ready?
Mhm.
Alright, I got Tri-Valley 1, Golden Link 2, Karen Share 3, Scruffy Tales 4,
Hold on one second.
DCDP 5, Parno 6, Oxcart 7, Skyline 8.
ready, Clayton?
I got I don't have a total of 8 yet, but, Golden Link, as we discussed before, on the amount.
We're just
Second,
doing the ranking. right
Just a
now.
ranking right now.
Yeah, just a ranking.
Yeah, we don't need the amounts right now, we're just ranking them.
Golden Link, great, Get Kids Out, Tri-Valley,
So, hold on, guys.
Boosters, Scruffy Tales,
Hold on for a second, you have Golden Link, and then you have Get Kids Outdoors, and then what was your third one?
Golden Link with first,
Yep,
Get Kids Out, second.
yep,
Third, Tri-Valley Opportunity Council.
okay,
And fourth, Crookston Oxcart Days. Fourth, Scruffy Tales. Fifth, CPD. And Oxcart Days and Prairie Land.
you did Oxcart Day 4, so then you'll need Prairie or Karen Share is your last two. Prairie, Skyline, or Karen Share. Those are 7th or 8th. You still have Prairie, Skylines, or Karen Share for your 7th and 8th.
Prairie Land was 7.
Okay. So Karen Share 8.
And I don't have, I'm working on it in that last 2 here.
So I had for you Golden Link for 1, you had Kids Outdoors 2, 3 was Tri-Valley, 4 you had Oxcart, 5 you had Scruffy Tales, 6 you had DCDP, 7 you had Prairie, Skylines, and so that makes 8 as Karen Share.
Yeah.
Okay. Don,
I had the same as Christie.
okay,
Yeah, I don't get a vote.
well, you're not in here, I can put you in.
Sorry, Dale.
No vote for you.
I'll put you in.
Strong council, weak mayor.
That's on.
Okay, Dale, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Got Golden Link,
okay,
and I have Tri-Valley. And I have Kids. And I have Oxcart. And I have, Scruffy Tales. And I have DCDP. And then I have Karen Share, and then Skyline.
alright, and then Donna's the same as Christie, so that would be Golden Link 1. And then you would have Tri-Valley 2, DCDP 3, you would have Oxcart 4, 5 would be Scruffy Tales, 6 would be Get Kids Outdoors, 7 would be Karen Share, and 8 would be Prairie Line, or Prairie Skyline. Okay, let me just cover you. Wendy?
Karen Shares number 1.
Alright, so Karen Share, okay,
Humane Society's number 2.
okay,
Tri-Valley's number 3. Get Kids Outdoors number 4. Golden Link number 5. Oxcart Days number 6. DCDP number 7. Skyline number 8.
Delaney?
Ready? Okay, number 1, I have Golden Link.
Okay.
Number 2, I have Tri-Valley. Number 3, I have Oxcart. Number 4, I have DCDP. Number 5, I have Kids Outdoors. Number 6, I have Scruffy Tales. Number 7, I have Karen Share. And number 8, Prairie Skyline.
Can you turn your computer a little bit? I gotta fill in a couple blanks I got.
Thanks. So then I'm just gonna do a quick filter on. So what I am, so I have right now as our top, we have Golden Link at 14. So again, this is taking your numbers and ranking it. So you have Golden Link, I won't write this one. So we have Golden Link, Tri-Valley, Oxcart, Get Kids Outdoors, DCDP, Scruffy Tales, Karen Share, and Prairie Skyline is our 8. Would you like me to repeat that again?
Yes, please.
Golden Link, Tri-Valley, Oxcart, Get Kids Outdoors, DCDP, Scruffy Tales, Karen Share, Prairie Skyline. And they're pretty close, like by ranking numbers, so like a total of, like Golden Link to Tri-Valley is 2, 14 to 16. And then from Oxcart to Get Kids Outdoors, so that's your vote.
So we looking for a dollar amount?
So then should we pick the number of that we're interested, like the top 5, top 4?
Top 5.
Top 5, and then just kind of diverse the money, or distribute the money from there based on consensus.
I think even picking your top 5, we're over budget.
Oh, we don't have to give them.
Oh, we can.
Yeah.
Yep.
So do you just want us like talk about like for number 1, how much we want to give Golden Link first?
So Golden Link would be number 1.
It's Golden.
Golden Link.
So is that where we're deciding we're picking the top 5? Is the top 5 are in up for something?
I'm okay with that.
Everybody else?
That'd be fine.
And just for reference, the top 5 equals 158,000.
Right, so we
And
have.
then,
As a
just so that,
dollar amount now though, right?
Yeah, that's where it's at.
and the 3 entities that would not be considered would be Scruffy Tales, Karen Share, and Prairie Skyline. Those would be the 3.
So you eliminate Scruffy Tales?
Yep, cause that would take, cause your 5 is Golden Link, Tri-Valley, Oxcart, and Get Kids Outdoors, and DCDP would be your 5th.
Why don't we see, let's go through our top 5 and see what we wanna disperse there, and then if we feel there's leftovers, maybe we can.
So I'll go around and say how much you want to initially give Golden Link.
Do you get a ranking again?
And, I mean, I guess if we had told them 75 last year, I feel like that we should hold to that. Especially cause it sounds like what Jeff saw, their budget might actually be.
That was a deep discussion at the time, that
Yeah.
if they're making up a certain percentage of what their budget is, so.
Yeah. I'd be okay with that.
Oh, what'd you guys say?
They
Seven-
wanna
the
do
75.
75, that's what we.
That we discussed last year.
Sounds good. Next.
But we gave it more than 75 though.
Yes, but we'd have the discussion that next
This year, that would be a different amount. It would be 75.
Okay.
Tri-Valley.
At 75,000 with the remaining items staying static, that total is 136,000.
136.
So what if we go Tri-Valley, go 15 to keep it an even number?
Yeah, I guess my one concern is last year when we gave them the 15,000, it was because they had higher rider usage, and that we were paying for the additional cost of gas and things like this. And what was been presented to us is it's not only for usage, but it's also for capital improvement projects. And I don't know if we should be in the business of providing cost towards buses, as we should be providing like kind of offsetting the cost for the usage of the vehicles as they requested last year. So I don't know, that's just my initial thought on that.
Does it break, I didn't see that, does it break it down how much of the capital improvement?
Don't think so, but let me double check.
My understanding with my conversations with Jason with Tri-Valley is that this amount has always been earmarked for a local share for busing, the bus
So the other
expenses
thing
for
to
capital.
consider is, you know, the building that, they were good enough to, help us out with, so I mean, I think, that needs to go for something as well, correct?
I also, to your point, Delane, I think out of this entire list, the Golden Link and Tri-Valley are probably the two items that will affect the largest amount of our community.
Sure.
I don't know, I was always under understanding that what we gave Tri-Valley was going, not so much improvements, but operational of their
Yeah.
buses.
And the numbers are.
There's no breakdown. It just says 16,000 for local share of capital and operating budget for 25.
So let's just pencil in now 16 for Tri-Valley, just to see where it starts to get us.
Yeah.
In my brief tenure here, I would tend to concur with the mayor that the two top items do have a very great impact on our community.
Yeah.
That's not to diminish the others, but the most visible.
Yeah.
Oxcart Days or what next? Yeah.
Oxcart Days are asking for $20,000.
I think we should pay for fireworks.
They had Oxcart
6,000.
at 6.
Yeah.
I like the idea of not having buttons, but at the same time, if they're relying on us to make that funding choice, that's also really hard when we're already just trying to cut budgets to try to make sure that the tax levies are where they need to be. And so it's a great idea, but we don't have that kind of funding to just be giving out right now.
I agree, I think for the fireworks.
6,000? Sounds reasonable.
Our total with that adjustment, the total of the 5 is 122.
So I had DCDP down at 10.
I also.
I did too.
The next one is the Get Kids Out.
Oh, sorry.
They're requesting $5,000.
I'm okay with
Which one is that?
The Get Kids Outdoors.
5,000. I agree with that.
That's nice.
It's pretty cheap for what we're providing for the kids.
It is a great plan, but it's not for Crookston
Yeah.
kids. Which, like I said, I support this 100%. It's just, I mean, we're spending.
Out of our budget or out of something else?
We're spending Crookston taxpayer dollars. And I just want the money to go back to Crookston residents.
But I believe a majority of the kids are Crookston children.
Okay.
Is what he was saying. They aren't gonna turn down a child if they don't live in Crookston.
I guess my other thing is that, like, for DCDP, they've been consistently providing events in our community that have been open to a wider variety, as well as providing, a draw to our community, so people are spending money as far as gas and eating here and doing those types of things. And I think it's also really important for us to talk about, like, if we're talking about utilization and how many of our residents are utilizing these things, that, the DCDP has actually been one, if not few, who've actually provided these major events in our town on an annual basis. And so I think that needs to be considered as we fund that one.
What is it that you think they should receive?
I would say at least 10,000.
That's one that I'm at too.
Yeah, they seem to have been doing well.
I mean, I do agree with you as somebody, they are out there, right? Like, they are using the money, they are out there, they're doing what they say. So I had 10 to 15.
I'm 10 to 15 on that too. I would prefer to do more just because they've consistently every year done pretty much everything that happens in town outside Oxcart Days. There isn't a lot of other things that are happening on like that kind of
They do a lot.
stage, and I think anything that we can have as draws to our town is another way of, you know, generating revenue for our local businesses.
So it's 10,000 the number?
I would prefer 15, but I don't know how everybody else feels.
I can support 15.
I'd like to go with 10.
I got DCDP at 10.
10.
I got it at 10.
I have it at 10.
So consensus sound like
Okay, 10 sounds like.
It sounds like I have a 10 consensus with 2 dissenters, 1 at 15, 1 at 20. Is that an accurate statement?
No, I said I
No,
can
she
support
said,
15.
she said 15, she could
15,
support.
so I have 2 at 15, 1 at 20.
Who had 2 said 20?
I don't think
said
so.
20.
I think everyone's at 10 and we're at 15.
2 at 15.
Yeah, 2 at 15, the rest at 10.
Everybody else is 10.
2 at 6.
Sorry, I thought I heard 20. My old
That
ears.
was on my side.
Can't right now.
Okay, next.
So that puts us at 112.
That's 112, and I mean, we could maybe get Scruffy Tales some washers.
Yeah, Scruffy
Yeah,
Tales.
give them 8.
Scruffy Tales
Yeah,
would
we
be
could
good.
do 8 and get that to 120, and we're still under the 125, and they get their washers.
Yeah, I'll just say it was.
Scruffy Tales.
Scruffy Tales, yeah.
For 8, that's how much they said the washer and dryer, like commercial would be, so that would get it to 120.
She'd like to see 8, does that sound like the rest of council?
No, I have it at 120 if we,
Originally I had Scruffy Tales penciled in at 8. They said that or a wash bay and their
They're
washer.
they're not in the top 5 though, are they?
They're
No,
not,
but I mean, with what we cut off of everything else, we were
75,
at 112.
The top 5 brought it to
Yes.
112 with the adjustments in the dollar amounts. So it is on the table to, for the council to discuss 8. I've heard 8 brought up for Scruffy Tales for the commercial washer dryer.
8,000,
or just leave it at 112 and then we cut the rest from the budget.
Or we could give DCDP 15 and still be at 125.
I'd rather do 8 for Scruffy.
yeah.
Well, I mean, you'd still 8 with that, it's 120 with 8 for Scruffy
Well, yeah,
Tales.
but you're saying,
If you did
oh,
5
you
more.
wanna give another 8 to DCTV.
No, give
Five.
5,
Or give
because then
5
that
to
puts us
DCDP.
at our budgeted amount, which is 125.
Our budgeted amount is penciled in at 125. We are not obligated to issue 125, but that is the number that is penciled in the draft.
Yeah.
I feel that they've proven themselves more than enough.
Scruffy Tales?
No, DCDP to do 15,
She
because
wants
that
to
puts
do
us at
another
125.
If we do Scruffy, yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with
Okay.
that.
So you would want to add Scruffy Tales to the top 5, right? So then you would bring it down to the 6,
No.
the Scruffy Tales, no?
So we'd have,
Yes,
so what Christie's recommending is we bring DCDP up to 15 and then we add Scruffy Tales at the 8, and that puts us at 125.
That's what's,
I mean, if there's any extra, I'd rather give it to Golden Lake.
Well, you haven't given us. Where the,
I mean, if there's extra 8 from our calculations, I'd rather increase the Golden Lake.
extra 8.
Oh,
but that would be not
Like the
allowing
Scruffy.
Scruffy Tales to get the
Like,
8.
I mean, we said 75, if we start backtracking.
Yeah, but I mean, we also said 5.
To who?
Top 5 would get,
Okay, then
that's
take
it.
out Scruffy Tales, like, I mean, if we're gonna backtrack on 75, like, we can't just be so, like, that's a lot.
well, it's the same thing as what you're,
Well, I would,
But I mean, we said last year, bring us a budget where we can do 75. They didn't do that.
and also Scruffy Tales last year, if you remember having the conversation, you know, they said they probably wouldn't be back after we gave the large donation last year of 20, so I'm like, well, we'll see, but that didn't, obviously it didn't happen, so I mean,
I think Scruffy Tales has done a good job and they deserve to.
yeah, I mean, listen, they all are.
Well, I just,
well, I think that Scruffy Tales is also a service
yes, it is.
that's being provided to the community and to not only our police force, but other ones. And so we also know that they're in a space financially that's not great.
Right.
And so,
So.
But they've worked very hard to get themselves out of a.
Granted.
Yes.
But it could, if they go out of business the next year, then the money that we donated is really for all
So
for
the
nothing.
same
I mean,
thing
you
with
could
the
say that about
golden
anybody,
link.
couldn't you?
Same thing with the golden link though.
Same thing
Like-
with
Gold Links, I think, is gonna be around. I mean,
Like, I think Scruffy Tales is gonna be around.
Scruffy Tales has done a lot of work on their building and,
listen, you guys do, this is all, everybody has an opinion.
yeah, right.
But we decided to go with the top 5 initially. So then,
I think we said, well, the top 5, we'll start there and then see what's left over and we can discuss further.
Yeah.
What's left over?
So the consensus is go 15 to DCDP. And then give 8,000 to, Scruffy Tales.
Yeah.
75 to the Golden Link,
Yep,
16 to Tri-Valley,
yep,
6,000 to Oxcart,
yes.
and that puts us at 125.
And 5,000 for the outdoor kids.
Oh, sorry, yes,
Yes.
5,000 for the Adam Parno Foundation.
Consensus is to do that?
I think
Yeah.
it's a good start.
Yeah,
Okay.
good start.
That's where we're at.
So we will bring the resolution to the council for approval on the 12th.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we at here?
So the next item is 7.04 is a closed session to discuss the LELS labor negotiations. This closed meeting pursuant to Minnesota Government Data Practice Act, specifically Minnesota State Statute 13D.03 subdivision 1.
Okay, do I have a motion to close this meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Don.
I'll
Is there-
second.
Second by Christie.
We're asking the public
So the
and
public is gotta remove from the chambers, please.
Approve the motion, go around and make sure everyone agrees.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
thank you.
Aye.
Okay.
That makes sense. Thanks, Tanner.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay. Fisher, Briggs,
Aye.
Cavalier,
Aye.
Alt,
Aye.
Block,
I,
motion carries.
That's why he makes the big bucks.
That's why I didn't have.
So item 7.05 is
I
a,
have to do an overview.
yep,
Yeah.
yep, that's what's
Okay.
next. Yep.
Thank you.
So item 7.05 is a summary of the closed session.
In summary of the closed session, discussion was held by the council, the chief, city attorney Tanner, and myself. It involved an overview of current wages, discussion of what types of calls were received by the department, and identification that our recorder was full. We got a notification the recorder was full. We transferred it to the city attorney's computer for further recording. Chief provided an overview of types of calls. We had a discussion of the method for obtaining the numbers, salary, wages. We discussed the workload of the department, and we came to a consensus to present an offer to the union representatives.
Okay, thank you.
Item 7.06 is a resolution regarding hiring Joel Piles as the Information Technology Director for the city of Crookston.
All right, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution? Got one by Don, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Henry, thank you. Discussion.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, Chief Zach, our current IT staff, Chief Selzer and I, we involved the chief along with, because of the strong IT needs of the department. We invited the University of Minnesota to participate. However, they were unable to take part. Mr. Piles is currently an IT staff member with our local school district. He has close ties to the community. His wife is a teacher at the university in their equine. I am not being a horse person, I'm not sure of the pronunciation on that. She is an instructor in their equine department. I would like to congratulate them. The reason for the tardiness of this is he had requested additional time prior to a start date because as of 4 days ago, he is the proud father of a new daughter. So his wife just gave birth, and I would like to send congratulations. He comes highly recommended both from his immediate supervisor and Randy, the superintendent of the schools. If I remember Randy's referral, when I called for the reference check, he said he is absolutely Johnny on the spot and has handled everything that has ever been put in front of him. I think he's gonna be a great addition to the city and we can start moving forward, continue moving forward with our projects.
What's the education background?
Yeah.
He has bachelor's degree and just one moment, let me pull that up. Ashley, do we have that? If I remember correctly, he has a bachelor's degree in information technology.
That would be between Tina and HR coordinator that would have his.
I do not have that, but I can most assuredly get that here momentarily. Yeah, they originally come from Kentucky.
How long has he been with the school district?
It's gotta be like 5 years at least.
5 years?
At least, yeah.
and is familiar with implementing large-scale stuff for a city.
Pardon?
Has experience in implementing large-scale.
He does not have city experience, but he does have the experience with the school district. And his previous experience was with another school district in Kentucky, if my memory serves correctly.
But the programs that we're thinking about implementing,
He and Zach began talking in languages that I did not understand. So,
well, that's
Zach
static.
ran him through a gambit of scenarios with our current software, and they spoke very fluently, and Zach was very comfortable with his knowledge level.
So you're not?
I am.
So what is it?
I have no reservations about this candidate, sir.
No, I mean, what is the background that you said, or the skills that he possesses to do the job with our programs that we are going to be implementing in the future?
Network administration, network maintenance.
I would guess the school district servers are just as large as ours.
I'm sorry?
I would guess the school district servers and all of their networking is just as large, if not larger than ours.
It is large. They do have more end users than we do by far. And being an educational group, they also have all of very similar security requirements on their systems as we'd have.
Was Zach part of the interview?
Absolutely, yes. Zach was part of the interview process.
Okay. Further discussion? Let's have roll call.
Do we have a start date?
It would be November 12th.
November 12th.
Himma,
Aye.
Jurdy,
Aye.
Fisher,
Aye.
Briggs,
Aye.
Cavalier,
Aye.
Aye.
Lot.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. All right, this brings us council reports. Anything else to add, Jeff?
The only other thing that I have to add is that Chuck would like to, we did have a Parks Board meeting, which was rather uneventful. We do have, however, in Parks, the Gold Rink compressor for the glycol cooling system. We've identified that it has a leak. It is a small pinhole. So as the system cools, the metals cool and it closes the leak. The problem is when it was off cycle over the summer, the metals heated, so the freon in the system escaped. We did have about a $6,000 bill to replace the freon for that system. I've instructed Parks to maintain a watch on all of our temperatures and pressures. We have gauges that are already on the equipment to maintain a log of hourly readings as staff is going through, so we can identify any trends. And if we notice any diminished capacity within that, then we'll be able to call to get the sniff AC company out, refrigeration company out with the sniffers to find any potential leaks. Right now, we believe that it has sealed itself until we shut down for the new season.
Didn't we just implement some technology that was supposed to notify us if something wasn't working correctly?
Yeah, we went through the whole,
I don't think that was detecting pinholes.
What was the big implementation for then?
The HVAC system, not the compressor.
Is that something that we need to look at yearly? Checking it?
It's normally something that is that's checked, but it is normally checked by our contractor. However, over the summer, as it heated up, after the season last year, there's no way to check the levels without the system being operational.
So how do we prevent this from happening in the future?
It's a wear and tear item, ma'am.
So every year we're gonna pay $6,000?
No, ma'am. The facility is 15 years old. And Jake, how old is the compressor in question?
15, it's a
It's just like your air conditioner at home, sooner or later, you're going to have a pinhole or something will go wrong.
I get that, and how do we address it so it doesn't happen again? That's why I'm asking.
So we got a leak.
Say
and-
wear and tear, we're just assuming that this is gonna be something that happens every year, like how are we gonna prevent it from happening again?
We're monitoring the system. We're monitoring the capacities and the pressures within the system on an hourly basis to identify trends. If we identify a reduced capacity in these trends, we can call the refrigeration company. We can't put a Freon sniffer on it unless we know we have a leak. We have to identify that the cold, its operating condition, did not close that leak. Once we've either shut the system down for the season or identify a leak in its cold status, if we identify the leak while it's cold, we can call and they can use the electronic sniffers to identify the leak. If it has shrunk and sealed the leak through metal contraction, then it would be the end of the season where we would identify the leak and then repair that leak. As metal heats and cools, the expansion will cause any pinhole to become greater and allow the Freon to escape. As it chills, it seals itself.
Anything else?
Other than that, you have my written report. You have the written reports of the department heads. If you have any other questions, I'm available.
Thank you. Delane, anything from you?
Nothing tonight, Your Honor.
Thank you. Wendy?
Nothing for me.
Thank you. Don?
Nothing from me.
Thank you. Clayton?
Nothing at this point.
Thank you. Henry?
Went to the comedy show at the Grand on Saturday. I think Bo and all the people at the theater did a really awesome job, sold out. It was a really cool thing. I've never seen the theater that packed before, so that was really awesome.
You're too young.
Fair.
gotta see the balcony. You should say that when I have the balcony.
Oh, I was I've been in the balcony. I was in there. That young.
Christie?
I had the Board of Directors meeting for the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities this week. And we discussed policy positions on like some eminent domain and housing issues. So they've requested any housing studies that our cities have, and so I've requested that to be sent on to them. We again were reviewing the idea of rural EMS services. That is a huge issue for the more rural areas of Minnesota right now, especially with the cost of the cutting of costs of a lot of governmental programs. And so that's still kind of something we're processing and trying to decide on what other ways we can address providing additional funding for those services in rural areas. But other than that, that's all I have.
Thank you. Morgan?
Not tonight.
Thank you. Once again, Chuck and your crew, wall cleanup. You and your crew with the fall cleanup, good job once again. I think you're picking up brush, branches, whatever this week. I think with the weather, you should have delayed leaf pickup for another week because they're still falling, but oh well. Just wanna, once again, I say it occasionally, I just wanna thank department heads and your crew for everything you guys do, along with city staff, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have one other item.
Sure.
It slipped my mind. It was requested by a council member, an update on the city's overall financial plan. I've reached out to Ellers and spoke with Tom. Their understanding is they have not begun the endeavor as it was discussed, and one member of council, let me pull up the email that I have from him. One member of council was very much in favor, but they did not, and I'm speaking third party here, as I was not present at the time. let's see, Matt from Ellers, I spoke with Matt. He reached out to Todd. Before you arrived, I ran up, he was here a few times to present a concept and basic bonds workshop to the council. He remembers one council member wanting to get this financial planning started, but he did not, but at the time, it was put on hold. Other council members would have been fine moving forward. There was never a formal proposal presented to them that they are aware of. Again, I'm speaking third party. The items.
Came to general consensus at one of our meetings that we would go forward with the financial plan.
Yeah, I cannot speak to guidance that was given prior. It has been identified that bank reconciliation catch-up, 22 audit assistance, review of payroll and other processes, policies and procedures, software training, options for Ellers to provide assistance, serve as an on-call resource for questions. It says later, we discussed putting a financial management plan proposal on hold for now until a path forward has been determined. Kyle.
The concern.
That was from Kyle with Ellers. Again, this is third-party information.
I get that, but I'm just saying, I think the concern is that we didn't, like, probably the city administrator should have gone to Ellers after we made the initial agreement, and that hasn't been done. So I'm great with your third party, but at the end of the day, like, the council came to conclusion that we wanted to have the financial plan. I know we were waiting on the comprehensive plan and the housing plan, but this is part of us being able to start with the bonding process, is to get the rating, and we would need that as part of the financial business plan. So I appreciate that, and I understand that you weren't here for it, but the council did agree on having that go forward. If we as representatives have not talked with Ellers, and that's on us to take care of that. So
I will reach out to Ellers in the morning.
thank you.
Yeah.
That's it? Okay, just a reminder, we do have a budget workshop tonight. Nothing else to come before council. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Mayor, members of the council. As we move through the budget process, the operating budget for the general fund as is for our preliminary is 8.54 million. Our operating budget for parks is 2.39 million, for a combined 10.93 million in operating budgets. We have 1.4 million in total capital requests, which equates to $12,357,000 in budget expenses for the general fund. Our total revenues, including departmental revenues, tax levies, and LGA from all sources, is $10,556,000. That leaves us with a budget deficit as stands currently of 1.8 million. Purpose of tonight, now we can given capital lists out to the council, and I appreciate the responses that I got. Part of that was operational, and part of that is I did want to get an understanding of the thought process of the various council members, what was important to each of the members. So there were multiple reasons for that to go through.
Can I actually just note something on this?
Yes?
I appreciate you asking us for ranking, but I find it very ineffective if I don't know for roof reserve, like how bad that roof is. If I don't know if the chief of police needs a car more than he needs other equipment. I think that our job is to assist with what is priority that isn't necessarily things that are outside of the departmental purview, or that we should have their input then to make those decisions on this overall. I think it was very hard for me to try to do something. I felt like it was very ambiguous, my decisions on here, because I didn't have all the information.
I understand that, ma'am. Again, a majority of the exercise was the exercise itself. I wanted to know where my department or where my council members' feelings were on ranking of importance.
But I don't know how to rank this importance if I don't know if Jake really needs exterior painting more than he needs a backstop in Kernfield.
For me, I mean, I think what Christy's saying is it feels very micromanaging for me to make a decision based on what they should be telling us is their top priority. I understand where you're getting at. I understand that you want our priorities of what we want as a city. But I think what was helpful, I emailed them and it was able to give me feedback for me to provide that. But I mean, for me, I could have said, well, the police department needs a retaining wall, but they really need this. And I don't feel like it's my place to tell the police department has 5 things, to tell the police department what their 5 most important things are.
I understand, ma'am. In the future, we will adjust the methodology. Again, so that leaves us with a $1.8 million deficit in our preliminary budget.
Outside of these capital improvement things, or?
No, that
with them?
that includes the capital improvement. The total was 1.4 million in capital improvement requests. Obviously, as we move forward through the budget process, I have a meeting with department heads tomorrow morning where we will be setting a departmental and citywide priority based on department input to be brought forward. At that point, once we get those numbers, it will become more mechanical in nature for our capital, because we'll identify how much in funding we have available. We will rank them and we'll simply draw a line at that funding level, and then we will reappraise any possible adjustments that we would wanna make.
Correct me if I'm probably wrong, but is 1.8 million, is that like 36 mill levies?
1.8 million is approximately 36% of the levy. Currently, we cannot, if we levied our full tax capacity, it would not pay for our current ask, our current preliminary. It is my intention to borrow. I've spoken with finance director, I've spoken with Brandon. We do have the ability to borrow some from the water fund. That is a temporary fix. I do have interest. I do not want to tap into our reserve balances directly. I've spoken with Ellers. They have given me a very conservative estimate that we can pull approximately $250,000 in interest in 25 from our investments without impacting the base balance. The rest is going to have to come from the budget and from the capital requests that we have. That
So
would be
if we're borrowing money, how are we paying that back?
Pardon?
If we're borrowing money from water, how are we paying that back?
We
Where's
won't.
that coming from?
We won't, ma'am. It's simply, it would simply be a inter-fund transfer.
That's not really borrowing then.
It's not really borrowing.
So that would be as if we cut nothing, right? So if we were to look at where we are today and not cut anything, that's what we would have to do? Or is that saying with us cutting things, we still need to do this?
Without us cutting everything, there's no way for me to match the $1.8 million deficit. Water has a total of 1.6 million in capital reserves. It would be inappropriate to deplete that to any great extent. Any future capital infrastructure moves, we would be looking at bonding. The more we have in our water fund to cover bond payments in the future, the better bond rating we will get. So I don't wanna tap too deeply into that. We're estimated with the next 5 years, if the council remember, the previous demonstration we had in 5 years, we're looking at about $18 million in capital work that needs to be done. The payment on $18 million for a 20-year bond at 4% is about $1.32 million. As a guideline, assuming, and this is a rough guideline, assuming that the capital work needs water, sewer, stormwater, full reconstruct underneath, which is because we are looking at addressing our high priority needs first. That would anticipate a general guideline of 30% payment from the water fund, 30% from the sewer fund, 30% from special assessments per our assessment policy, which would leave 10% out of the general levy. That would leave $132,000 out of 18 million. That would not be all one. I do not anticipate bonding 18 million in one fell swoop. That would be a cumulative number. However, with that 394,000 coming from water, 394,000 that has been given to Miranda with AE2S for inclusion in the rate study, to be able to absorb any bond payments moving forward at that point.
But I think what I'm saying here and I'm asking though is that's with us, like all of this is if we got everything, like I feel like we clearly need to start going through and cutting things.
Yes, ma'am.
Like we can sit here and talk about where we can pull all of this to pay for everything, but I don't think we are in a position to pay for everything.
We are not.
Well, and then also can I ask for the water, that monies that we would be borrowing, is that not the water fund that's actually supposed to repaint the water tower?
That's part of it, yes, ma'am.
So why are we even touching that money?
We have 1.6 million there. The estimate is about 750,000 to paint.
So what happens if we have something major with the water department, with the water plant?
We would still have approximately 600,000 in that fund.
So at this point, it seems like we really need to dig into the budgets in general.
We need to, with respect to the council, we need to delve into all of our spending habits. We need, the city, as was identified, our neighbor city, which has more than double our revenue capacity and similar amenities. The news came out last week, if anyone noticed, that they're looking at a special local option sales tax to fund $5.1 million in repairs to their 3 sheets of ice. So even though they have double our income, they still don't have enough money to keep up the amenities that they have, which are comparable to ours.
So they haven't been adding to any type of capital improvement budgets like they probably should have
I can't
initially?
speak to the line items of their budget. I just know that it was in the news last week that they're looking at a sales tax to pay for 5.1 million in repairs.
I just feel like right now, like, we can talk about all this, but like and saying we need to get into the budget, but I think like truth and taxation is coming up. It's not that far away at this point, and I feel like we need to spend this time digging into our budgets, take this time, I don't know, tonight, it's getting late and all of that, but like we need to start making some serious decisions and not just talk about what other people are doing or where it's at or how we're gonna borrow, like we need to actually.
And that is the questions that I have for the council tonight.
Perfect.
And out of respect to those in the audience, because I know there is one hot button item that is on this discussion agenda, I'm asking for council direction to close the pool. Currently the facility is 50+ years old. It is beyond its estimated useful life. It costs us over $300,000 a year to operate the pool. It has $28,000 in revenue. We can, even with carry costs of an empty building, we can save close to $250,000 by closing that facility, which would put us a good chunk towards assisting in balancing this budget. The facility study that was done in 2022 identified several $1 million worth of work, and I did a tour of the facility with Bolton and Mank, an engineering firm, who just recently completed a study for a pool for Waterville, Minnesota, on a similar pool facility. The information that I was given during that tour, while it was not an in-depth mathematical analysis, through a cursory tour and viewing of the condition, it is their opinion, their casual opinion, and it is mine, that we can put $2 million into that facility and we would still end up with a 50-year-old facility that we could not guarantee would continue to function as designed.
How many levy points is that?
Pardon?
How many levy points is that?
250? 250,000 would be 5 levy points.
I don't think this is an easy decision, but I'd also like to see that there's some type of alternative. I know it's not ideal, but I still think that we need to talk with the local hotels and try and see if there's some type of pass or something we can get to at least address the concerns of the individuals who are currently using the pool.
I think that, if it's, the public should be aware of what it would be a cost for a new pool. Or is it gonna be shut down, taken down, and done? We need to look and see what it would take to replace it.
With respect, sir, the city is not in a financial condition to replace that pool in the near future.
I think it needs to be a larger discussion outside of this. I think the first step is us deciding whether or not to keep the pool. I think that we need to go forward after that and deciding, is this something that our city wants to continue on funding, bonding, what we can do. I think we need to address the issues as far as like at least have utilization for those who can use it in our town. I know it's a very valued piece for a group of individuals in our area, but I mean, I think that the assessment shares what is a concern. I don't know what we can do, especially with 5% at this point for levy points. The other piece I'd like to address is that I don't think council has had a very good snapshot so far of what budget has looked like. I think we had a lot better snapshot of actually understanding what the individual line items were last year of each individual department. And I'd like to see that for us going forward if we're gonna make these decisions.
Note made.
I think for the pool, I think moving forward, we can look for other options, we can look for ways, we can talk to the other places. But we've said that the last 3 meetings, I think we have to make a decision and then we can look January 1st at other options, December 1st, but I think we have to start making a decision here. And then decide who has the R on who's going to find other options.
I'm sorry, I missed part of that as I was typing in.
I'm just saying, I feel, we've been talking about reaching out to other organizations, other places in town to find solutions for people, but we've been saying that for the last couple weeks. I don't think we can continue to say that this week and then
I
keep
think
moving on.
unfortunately, it's come to the hard task upon us to make a decision on the pool. And as much as I hate to say it, I just don't think we can afford keeping it open anymore. I mean, it seems like I've fought for this pool as much as I can, but when you start to see the writing on the wall in the situation that our city is in, I mean, I just don't see it right now. I mean, I would like to have some discussions down the road, like Clayton kind of talked about of, you know, some options of like, well, what can we do to get a pool back in our community? And I agree with you, sticking $2 million into this facility is only,
Worth it.
I mean, it's a waste of $2 million.
Yeah, I agree.
So I mean, I just don't know what else we can do. I mean, I'm open, I mean, I think we've talked about this issue for as long as we possibly can.
6 years.
We've done some Band-Aids here and there, and it continues to cost us some stuff, but I just don't think we can.
I'd like to see some alternatives by our next meeting
I agree.
as far as usage in town.
I can reach out to the local hotels, those would be the only alternatives that we have locally.
Well, I think we need to do that. We keep talking about it. I'd like to actually have something,
Yeah, and local hotels.
options, or at least some type of agreement or something.
I don't think local hotels can do what they, swimming pool is doing now.
Is they don't take the insurance, which we're all using.
You can't lap swim in the little hotel.
Swim in the hotel pool.
We've already checked on that.
Yeah, but Crookston Inn has rooms around it, so.
So you're saying the hotels would not be a solution if we shut down the pool?
The only one would be the one next to the university, and I haven't been there, but the other two I've been to and that.
So your concern is the cost?
Pardon me? No.
You're concerned about the cost to yourself?
Not to myself, but to there's a lot of old people.
And I'm asking though, like you're saying the insurance doesn't cover it and cover your paying for the pool?
Yep.
So if we had a hotel where Park and Rec paid the $5 per person, then you wouldn't be responsible for that cost. You could still utilize that pool, correct? Okay.
But it's still not big, they're not big enough and deep enough.
No, they're not.
I understand that.
And that's,
So are you asking us not to find you a solution?
No, I'm saying the solution is to find a way to find the money to repair it. And Dale, the last time we talked, you said 1.6 million. Now everyone's saying 2 million.
Inflation.
Well, and I think that they talked to the engineer recently. That's why they mentioned that.
That 1.6 was from a couple years ago.
Yeah, it was 2022.
But what about a joint program, you bring up this bonding and that kind of thing, and some fundraiser things that we can do and work on, and is there grant money out there somewhere? And those
I've
kinds
checked
of
with
things that
economic
we can
development,
work on.
there are no grants for pool operations or facilities.
Well, what about for seniors and children and wellness? That's a big deal right now in Minnesota and the whole US.
If you know of any
Fitness.
grants that you can bring to us, we would be happy to look at them.
Not a grant writer, how would
I didn't.
You don't have to be a grant writer, just if you can find them, we can
We're
work on
happy
that
to
part
look
of
at
it.
Isn't that part of you guys' job?
Well, he did.
Our job is also to balance the budget.
I know, but
Not for-
we need a.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to encourage each and every one of you to go to the pool so you can make an educated decision on terminating an amenity for the community. And if you have, when's the last time you've been at the pool?
Like probably a month ago.
Bring
And I
your
have kids. I have kids, so.
Yeah, go and
We've
look.
been there.
I
We
think
have been.
here's the thing.
go and look at the
What-
holes on
what-
the walls.
What I'm coming to is when I'm having to look at painting a water tower, roads, sewer, water. Unfortunately, I can't choose a pool over sewer or water.
Pool and a big community
I would love to do that, but that doesn't mean I
know.
can do
So
that.
if you can shut this one down, there's more.
Well, I think,
There's no-
I think when we talk about bonding, that doesn't happen overnight.
Yeah.
And that takes a lot of community support for us to get those things. I would love to have a community center in our town. I think it's a really valid part, but at this point and where we're at in the structure with this building, it's not viable.
Why did the city buy it back without checking on all these?
Listen, good question, Patty. I would love to know that answer.
We did check it out and the school district painted a rosy picture.
That's right.
And did anybody have somebody go through it, an experienced architect, whoever that does these things on pools, to advise you, buy it, don't buy it?
No.
I will say this,
The
if we
school's
didn't,
gonna keep it open?
if we didn't take it over, it would have been closed
Yeah,
5
the
years
school
ago.
would have
The
shut
school
it
was gonna
down
close it down.
6 years ago.
Take it over, but you don't wanna fix it?
No, we try to make an educated decision by actually getting it assessed. That's why we did it in 2022, was we were trying to find out if this was a viable option. We were trying to make an educated decision on what we were gonna do. That's why we had it assessed. Should it have been assessed before we took it over? Absolutely. If we didn't take it over, the school would have closed it. So we're kinda in a bad place one way or another with this. It's not that we're not trying.
How many grants do you want?
How many grants?
I did a basic search and I've already found Minnesota has up to, right now, 10 grant opportunities for public pools.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I'm curious to how much searching people are doing actually for these and saying there is no such thing as a grant for a pool.
Jeff?
I've been there since the
What
day.
are the match dollars on the pool, on those
We've
grants?
got Minnesota Department of Health, MDH grants. The MDH occasionally offers funding opportunities amid at prompting health communities, which includes supporting public pools and aquatic facilities. Number 2, Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, DNR grants, aquatic invasive species, but also can locally train programs for pools being used for their training.
But the question is, what is the
Minnesota
match?
Statewide Health has one available, Community Development Block Grant has one. Minnesota Department of Education grants, sell it back to the school, let them deal with it.
They won't take
won't
it.
take it.
They didn't want it in the first place.
Even if it's almost free, because how much is it gonna cost to tear the place down?
Right. Well,
The school was gonna close it down if the city didn't take it over.
Okay, and then now what? You're dealt with
So how much would it cost the city to pull it down?
Jeff, you had that as, you had that.
Between 250 and 500,000.
Yeah.
to tear it down?
Quarter million.
Try to sell it to Snap Fitness.
I think
Yeah.
they're gonna read all the information and how dilapidated it is, and I don't think that's.
I mean,
gonna
What about
would you guys like to take it back over?
Federal grants?
Would you like to take
The
it
core,
over?
one of the core problems with the pool, it was distributed to this council previously. And anyone who has gone below decks knows that that window, that pool has a window.
We've all been down there.
If you've noticed, the concrete holding that window in place is deteriorating. You can grab it with your hands and peel it out of the wall.
And we don't touch it.
It doesn't matter if you touch it, it's holding back, it's holding back 600,000 gallons of water. What happens when that window lets go?
Yeah, it would be disastrous, that's pretty obvious.
Okay.
Now,
So are you saying that
the rest of the concrete holding that pool together is in the same condition as the window that's falling apart.
So
That
this-
window is being held,
Educational guide of cement is in your field, sir, as you stated.
actually it is, I worked for Rinker Materials for 3.5
There you go, so
years.
then you should be able to put something together that states all this, and then that we wouldn't have to fight about it, but discuss the city first, right?
We have an assessment.
Let's fix the window, that's the most pressing need.
It's the entire
Let's fundraise and one thing after the other.
Have you guys?
It's the entire foundation.
Discuss, sir.
Yeah, because I mean, this
Okay, so
is devolving into a yelling match between the gallery and the city council, and you need to stop. This needs to just stop. This is a yelling match between the gallery and the city council. That's not how this should operate. If somebody has something to say, there was time to come up and stand at the podium and do that.
Yeah.
That's not what we're doing right now.
I think the other part too is that we did hire an engineering firm to review the building. Have you guys had a chance to look at that?
It's been reviewed.
My question with that is that we spent $50,000 on doing that assessment for these city buildings. And my question to the assessors and to those who are ahead of these buildings that were assessed, where has the maintenance plan been put into place because of these, with these assessments in mind? Has any maintenance plan been put in place at the arena, at the pool, and whatever other buildings? If there's been no maintenance plan put in place in light of these assessments, and we just wasted $50,000 because the ball has been dropped and no maintenance plan has been. And that's why we're in the condition we are in, is because nobody has done a short-term and a long-term maintenance plan for our city buildings.
Well,
And that's what I said to.
It's a great point. Mhm.
Yes.
But let me share too.
I would like to see,
Yeah.
you know, because we
Can I say
shouldn't be
something?
here.
Yeah.
The city of Crookston contributed $60-some thousand a year to the school district for that pool. My understanding, when I first got on council, that was gonna go to maintenance of the pool. So where did the school spend it?
I would also like to say, the whole reason that we did those assessments in 22 is that that's actually part of our road plan to actually get the bonding pieces, and we needed to at first assess all of our buildings. So it is a part of the process. It's not happening overnight. That pool didn't happen overnight. That pool didn't happen in 22, and those last 2 years has not deteriorated to the point that it has, right? It's been an ongoing issue. The city in general, it has not been a priority for prior councils to actually do the maintenance on a lot of our buildings, which is partly why we had to do the assessment, which is partly why we are now picking up the pieces of things that should have been maintained before now and seeing what we have to do. And there's a lot of hard decisions we're having to make because of that. But I want you to understand that those assessments were done because we are in process. We are trying to build a road plan to make sure that not only are the buildings being taken care of, but our roads, our sewer, all of those things have been neglected. And so we're having to make these really hard decisions, and I understand, and you guys are very passionate, and I get it. And if I had the millions of dollars to do it right now, I would say absolutely. I don't have that, and we're trying to cut things and take money from our infrastructure right now just to pay for what we have in the budget. And so I understand your frustration. I would like to see if there's some alternative. I know it's not ideal. I know it's not deep enough. I know it's not long enough. But we're trying to do what we can do and still balance our budget. I would love to see us going forward, and I would love to have bigger community conversations about creating a community center that provides a pool, that provides an indoor playground and these other things. But right now, that isn't the conversation we're having. We're having to have the hard conversation about cutting a lot of things already that we don't want to cut. So I understand, and I am sorry that you guys are frustrated. I get it. I want to do what I can do to at least try to find an alternative, and it might not be ideal, but if we could do at least something for you guys in the meantime, and then have these other, I would love you guys to be the cheerleaders for our next community center. I would love that. You guys have the energy, you got the time, you got the things that you're doing, and that's great. And we're gonna need that energy to really push forward to have those community conversations about bonding for a community center or something of that nature. But right now, this is not what we have.
No, and I get that picture, and we're here mainly because we would like to help in finding solutions. That's, we brought up the grants, and I really felt that we haven't searched that enough to do it justice, to say, no, we have to close it because there's no money, when actually we could possibly find some more if we dig a little deeper. And it's gonna take a long time before we have a bigger facility to
absolutely.
reach the community's needs. And so what do we do in the meantime? And I get.
We'll be dead before you build that community center.
And maybe it is that we just have to maintain it for a little bit until we can actually find the correct funding. But I don't think we can maintain it to the level allowing people in the pool. It's not safe.
What are you gonna do with all the kids in the hot summer? All these kids don't know how to swim, no swimming lessons.
What are you gonna
What are you
do?
gonna do with them?
What are we
What are you
gonna, what are we
do
gonna
also?
do with the kids in the pool?
Where are they
In the
gonna
pool, in the pool isn't
You fix it.
isn't required. Well, we're trying to, but
Well, yeah, but
No, his thing is close it, close it, close it.
Try to find more things.
Yeah, I think we.
And you wanna make that close decision before it's all been explored.
It's been explored, we're looking at $2 million put into it, but you're still stuck with the same structure of the pool.
Well, that's all we have.
I understand
That's all
that.
we have, and you guys
deteriorating.
haven't proposed, a community center, so we can say, okay, in at least 2 years, we'll have a center.
We don't have that money.
don't have the money. You ought to be swimming every day.
All of you.
I see you walking with your dog.
I used to swim every day.
I know, you need to know. You're getting older.
But you know, I don't wanna, if I'm in the pool, I don't want that pool to be just, to destroy some people that are in it, when it folds.
That's why we wanna
And
fix it.
that's the problem right
That's
now
why
is
we
we
gotta
have,
fix it.
that's a
You don't have
dangerous place to be.
1.6 million to fix.
We haven't checked out the grants he's talking about.
All of those
And
grants
what-
typically will
and what-
require a match.
And what's the match for the grants?
I just looked at the DNR grants, it's for a maximum $350,000 and it's a 50% match.
There's one solar grants out.
We don't have money to
We don't have
match
money
them.
for the grant.
I get that, just a statement that was made,
Sir?
Yeah,
that
and
there
right,
are no grants.
Sir,
and
I'm
right,
asking
and
you
right
to yell.
now,
I'm sorry?
I'm asking that you don't yell.
This is just a projectional voice, if I was yelling, you would know.
I believe that the council is aware of the consent, of the feelings of the audience. The request is for council direction on the facility.
My direction is we don't have the money to repair it at this time.
Yeah.
Or keep it up.
I would say that, and I would really like to have a deeper dive and a line-by-line understanding of this budget, more so than the last time that we went through these. I felt they were very high level. There's a lot of big numbers that we didn't have real explanation of descriptions of things.
I will email a draft to the council this week so the council members can review and have forward any questions.
Okay, I'd also like to ask that it's not SharePoint or Share Drive, that it's an actual version that can't be changed, that we can actually see, so we can see the versioning of that going forward.
I have 5 versions in the.
Okay, I'd like to be able to just see the versioning of it as we go forward. So as we're changing things, I'd like to see from one to the next.
Is that the consensus of council?
I think it's important for us to know what's being changed.
I understand that, ma'am, but I do not work, I mean no offense by this, but I need to ask for consensus of the council because I do not work for an individual council member, I work for this body as a whole.
I understand that. What's consensus?
I feel like there was 3 things stated there, so which one are you asking consensus for?
I will provide the copies of the budget to the members of the council this week, if that is the direction of the council.
Think that's
That would be
good?
fantastic.
Got some of that.
Thank you. Now the question before us, what is the direction of the council on the pool facility?
We don't have the money for it.
Yeah.
It would be nice to explore, but, you know, if you don't have the money,
How many more assessments do we need to do?
yeah.
I think we need to close pool as much as I hate to.
That what?
Close the pool as much as I hate to.
Is that consensus? Is that everybody? Everybody down with that, or?
Yeah,
we're just gonna be
we just,
quiet?
I don't, we don't.
I'm with that. Are we gonna have anybody?
I think
say
it needs to be yes, and I'd like to see the line-by-line items and for us to really dig into that.
Again, I think
But
that's
even
2
if we,
different
I
things.
mean, listen, even if we see the line by line item, we gotta start somewhere, and this is the place I feel we need to start.
Yeah.
Mr.
I'd also
Mayor,
like
I would ask for a special budget meeting next Monday, please.
That can happen.
Need a vote on that, or?
Next Monday, 5:30, budget meeting.
Yeah.
Work for everybody?
Yeah.
Next item for consensus, we have a request from Community Development Department to add a staff member. The cost of that staff member is expected to be approximately $70,000 in salary, including para-FICA health insurance. The cost of that staff member is $95,000.
Is that part of the budget already that we've seen?
It is part of the budget that you have seen. I have discussed with Carrie and I've spoken with Keenan. Keenan's position is, as a marketing person, appropriately placed under economic development.
Is there actually,
And I would like to use his excess capacity to assist with the staff in economic development. So I'm asking for council direction. Do we wish to add an economic development staff member?
No.
I would like a little bit more information. My understanding of that is that they're helping with managing the grants that we already have that require very significant.
All the job
Statutes.
descriptions were sent out to all the city council members,
Yeah,
and
they
based
all-
on what I saw, Taylor's job description really does say monitoring
Yep.
grants. So to me, just based on what I know about how they operate and seeing those job descriptions, there does not seem to be a need for an extra person.
Additionally, many of the
Some of
community
that,
development grants that we have are currently administratively handled by Tri-Valley.
well, I think.
This is
even-
regarding the housing grants, is that not correct?
That's what she was looking for, is for the housing grants.
The housing grants, yes.
But I think even in the director's job description, it lists pretty much the same as, they're almost identical.
And there's capacity. That's a lot of grants that are coming through.
Well, back to the question, no, I am not interested in hiring another position at this time.
Currently, the number of grants, additional grants that we can pursue is going to be very limited because most grants do have a match and we do not have funds available to meet those match requirements.
I don't see a need for it, that's just
I don't see the
my
need.
opinion on the matter.
I don't wanna see our marketing director tasked to different duties as well.
I don't think they're different duties.
No, I think they're
They're just,
compatible.
that Carrie's just gonna
The goal is to
oversee
utilize
it,
excess
which I think it's
capacity.
probably,
I think I wanna clarify, when you're saying that he's taking on economic development, it's like the B2B, bringing in businesses, bringing in economic growth.
which is
It's
kinda
not-
what you wanted.
It's not
going-
managing the
managing the
grants,
grants.
correct?
Right,
Yes.
Okay.
right.
All right,
Which is what you initially had said you wanted
Got it.
for that position, so that makes sense.
I agree that we're trying to save money and stuff like that. I just don't think that's necessary at this point. We got other things to look at. It's, my feeling is down the road, we're gonna have to do some cuts or not hiring or hiring freeze.
In the current budget, there is a line item in the economic development budget in the previous year. Let me pull up my budget so that I speak properly. Line item 0353. Line item for printing and advertising. For economic development, in 22, the actual was $48, in 23, the total actual was $229, the current budget is $1,000. Our year-to-date has exceeded the budget, it is, our year-to-date as of July is $12,000. We have a request for $81,000 in printing and advertising. Historically, the city has not spent this sum of money.
does that come with the marketing?
We had discussed,
Part of this is from the marketing budget, that came over from that is currently under Keenan's supervision.
we wouldn't have had a budget from previous years, other
Because
than
it was brand new.
2024. Now, my understanding was a chunk of that would be coming from the, what is the tax?
Lodging.
The lodging tax.
So that is the question that I've been waiting to have a discussion on. So to be, the lodging tax can only be used directly for marketing our committee. So can that money be used for those types of expenses?
If
that's marketing the
that
city.
printing and advertising is marketing the community.
Yeah.
What other type of advertising would we need to be doing outside of the, and I'm asking you, what other types of stuff do you have planned or looking at doing other than the newsletter that would be print, that would not be bringing people in, that could not be considered to bring people into the community?
Yeah, so just a couple of things that Carrie and I are looking at for the end of 24, 25. You know, we recently had a conversation with Visit Minnesota, and we're looking at a couple of different things with them. They have a fishing guide that I think would be beneficial for Crookston to be a part of. They have a lot of really great things that I think could be implemented over the summer as far as the tourist side of it. We're also getting quotes from different companies right now in regards to specifically the industrial park, to be able to encourage businesses, specifically manufacturing and other like-minded areas, to be able to come to Crookston for economic impact. And we're also looking at things for promoting the downtown and this general wide lens overview. But
So, I mean, from that, my understanding, the industrial, we probably wouldn't be able to use the
Yeah.
lodging tax.
Correct.
But the other two that you mentioned, I would believe that we'd be able to use it if you put it out there correctly.
And at one point, the Crookston's Visitors Bureau actually provided a pamphlet of why to visit Crookston, and then there was the opportunity all over the state to put it in their like little touristy information centers everywhere. And so I think that would be another avenue for that we would need to look at for this that hasn't been done recently.
But, I mean, so it sounds like a majority of what you'd be looking at would be using the lodging tax, other than the industrial park on that end, correct?
Lodging.
that being lodging.
Yes.
The funding would be appropriately to use for a lot of the stuff that you have.
So what we need to look at is we need to finally figure out, we need someone here to understand what the lodging tax can be spent for and do just that. I mean, I think.
How much have we collected? I guess that's a good question too, Jeff.
I don't have the up-to-date. Lance, do you have that?
Because we stopped giving that to CBB like what, 6 months ago?
Yes.
So we should have a significant monies in that fund as well.
That was the goal, that was the vision that I had, so that money can be actually used for exactly what it is intended to be used for.
Well, it's market events, but basically Kean cannot market the event. You gotta, at least that's what the CVB, they could give dollars to a organization that wanted to put an event on in Crookston. They could help with flyers, newsprint, social media, wherever they wanted to get
Yeah, I
the
think there's
event
some,
out there.
I think there's some gray areas possibly in there that it was probably being used for, which it
My
probably
understanding was that the funding was just it had to be marketing and it had to attract people to Crookston.
You can use it for marketing too, like in Explore Minnesota. You can use the dollars in there, the fishing guide thing that Kean mentioned, you can use dollars in there for marketing.
Could the dollars be used though if it's an event put on by the city of Crookston, right?
Yes.
So let's say the city, I'm gonna throw this out there because it's the first, like the last event other than the comedian, right? Or that wrestling thing, right? Like if we put that on, held it at our thing and sponsored it, we could use that money there. Am I wrong in that?
I think Keenan needs to become an expert on what that money can be used for. So I think we're all kind of throwing out things and we're kind of guessing. But
it also helped, I was on that board several years back, and a lot of it's used for the purpose of getting grants out to the gun club and different things that were events.
No.
I mean, no. See, that's it's not for that.
No. You can give them, you can give the gun club or whoever funding to market their event through advertising.
And I could see the CVB setting their own board rules saying we won't do the advertising for you, but here's the funds for you. But I feel like if it's an event that we are putting on or we are sponsoring or is we have deemed as a way to bring people in, we could advertise that.
Yes.
It seems like this, like, and I could be wrong on this, but it sounds like the CVB had set their own rules that we won't do advertising for you, but you can get this money to advertise your event.
I don't know what CVB has, but by state statute, they gotta spend that money.
Yeah, that's another conversation I think we need to have.
Right.
We haven't had a meeting in like 4 months.
Well, let's continue on, I mean, it's.
We're way before Oxcart Days.
Well, we did like some online.
Right now, I've got most of our budget, and I understand that the council wishes to go line by line. We can do that beginning next week. Most of our increases in our budget are corrections from previous calculations. We've already identified as an example, our workers' comp from 23 was not allocated properly due to a staff loss. And the trending was not accurate. We have utility bills in many places where we have corrections. As an example, a utility bill for the arena in 22 was $152,000. In 23, it was $156,000, and in 24, it was budgeted at $140,000. So that number does not match. Many of our expenses are formulaic, and what I mean by that is our utilities, our salaries, para contributions, our health insurance contributions. I do anticipate about
Some of these expenses that you sent us today, maybe we need to take a look at these high vehicle expenses and putting them off another year. You know, the payloader, the vehicles and the stuff like that. Those are the hard decisions we probably need to have to get us through the year.
And those are going, and that is, as I identified in my report, we do have a lot of very difficult decisions coming in front of us because what has happened in the past, and to speak to what was brought up by a member of the audience earlier, past practice for the city has not been to plan and budget capital expenditures and maintenance. It has been to handle things on an annual basis and approve or disapprove them out of out of the reserves.
And that is why we're supposed to have the municipal finance plan in place, because part of that is this exactly, is planning out that
Well,
5-10
the
years.
other problem is we've been presented budgets that have been incorrect. Our city finances, since I've been on the council, has not been what was presented to us for a number of years, so I mean.
And it is my goal to present to this council and a truthful, honest, factual.
Yeah, and I
based
appreciate
in
that, but
fact,
some of the decisions that we've made on the past have been based on what the finances have been presented to us, so.
And I don't believe that there was any malfeasance intended.
I'm not saying there was.
It is very easy, as an example, in 22, 23, when you see a $12 million investment / bank account, it's very easy to say, yes, we're good to go, without delving into the details. Unfortunately, when you delve into those details,
I mean, we got.
that's where the problems
Gotta fix
arise.
it, that's why we're sticking the money into the finance and to the,
And currently, the 2023 budget, and Lance, please hear what I'm saying so that you can correct me if I misspeak. The budget that was, or the audit that was presented this evening had approximately $1.1 to $1.2 million in free and clear, undesignated, uncommitted, unrestricted cash reserves. Our cash fund policy is for us to maintain 45% of our operating budget in unrestricted, uncommitted, undesignated reserves. Our operating budget is currently $9 million. We are currently out of compliance with our own cash handling policy to the tune of about $3.8 million or $3.3 million. We can correct some of that if we get, right now, I'm working with Carrie in Economic Development. There's a federal asbestos grant that can grant $2 million towards asbestos abatement. That would relinquish $1.8 million in commitments that we have towards one of the grants that we have in front of us. We're looking at a TIF district and bonding to relinquish some of the $3.3 million match that we have for the industrial park infrastructure project. If we can accomplish that, that will bring us close to compliance with our cash policy. Is that a fair assessment, Lance?
Yes.
Close.
So I am not pointing a fault at any member of this council, because you can only act on the information that is aware, and with the turnover that we've had in staff, particularly in the finance department, we had the foresight to bring CLA in to help us through. The problem is what we're uncovering is each layer, it's like an onion, every layer that we peel back, we're finding more and more. I would love to tell this council that this year we're gonna struggle with our budget and next year all will be well. I cannot make that promise. My anticipation is we're a 3 to 5 year process to get a clean financial picture. Because every time that we find an item, we're going to find something else. The good news is hopefully those something else's will be smaller and smaller. We have a full finance staff in place now, so we can move forward. But it is the goal, it is in the plan. We will finance our budgeting, our capital and our maintenance. It's going to be painful for the next few years. Our residents are going to need a lot of explanations, and they're gonna have a lot of questions. I plan on making myself available. I spoke to Tina today and we reached out to the Crookston Inn so that I can set up some times where I can have some public forums and explain any questions that residents may have about basic government finances and budgeting, so that we can have an informed group. Right now, I anticipate that out of the $1.4 million in requested capital, I am anticipating that we will be able to fund approximately $800,000 to $850,000 of it.
Well, I would ask the department heads
That is.
what they can live without.
And that, I have a rough idea, and tomorrow we'll be going over in detail at our department head meeting. They've all been instructed and told that it's going to be a long one, it's not gonna be a 1 hour job. But this year, I am anticipating being able to save in workers' comp. Statewide workers' comp rates dropped by 20%. In the budget, I've used manual rates, which is the high, with no discount. I've asked Sam with the League of Minnesota Cities to run the numbers based on our experience factor to date using last year's formula. It's not an exact match, but it's a good idea. Last year, we had a 78% factor, which means we had a 22% discount. This year, we're looking at about an 82 to 84% factor. So we're looking at a 16 to 18% discount. Right now, I'm budgeted at full manual rates. So I'm anticipating about a 15% discount from there. That's gonna be about $30,000 to $60,000, hopefully that we can save. Again, as I had mentioned earlier, $250,000 from our interest income from our investments. I don't wanna tap into our principal, but our interest income, Ellers tells me we can pull $250,000 from that. And in talking with Brandon and Ellers, our AE2S, with our utilities, we can, without undue risk, tap about $200,000 from our water fund without impacting our overall risk to any great extent.
Outside of the repainting of the water tower, what other reason would we have those monies in that fund?
They're generally, we wanna maintain some balance, a balance in those funds, particularly that we're going to be bonding for infrastructure. The stronger the balance that we have in those funds, the better rates we are likely to get.
But what else would normally be utilized out of those funds outside of the repainting of the water table?
What we've been using it for is replacements to fund our infrastructure replacements as we go. That is not a normal way of funding infrastructure.
But is that a lot of times like the broken mains and stuff that they're having to do?
That
So
is.
it's more of those kind of like, as like something comes up or
Sewer
something's
would be
broken
the
or,
lift station that we had
yeah.
that failed, broken main. We can't speak to any, you can never predict when they're going to happen.
Yeah.
So you always wanna have a good amount. The last main repair that occurred under my watch in a city was a 10-inch main. It took us 2 days to identify it because it was buried very deep. We knew we had a leak, we didn't know where. And after it flooded, after it went for 2 days, we were able to identify it because it finally geysered out of the road. And it was about a $40,000 repair. Most water mains are not hundreds of thousands, they're usually tens of thousands for a repair. So
And that's what we've seen as far as like our cost has been for past fixes here.
I would say that I wouldn't expect ours to be out of line with any other. Looking to the future, again, we've got $18 million in critical need over the next 2 to 5 years. And we've got between 40 and 50 million over the next 10 years. In infrastructure, roads, water, sewer. Brandon has identified that 40 to 50 is probably a little high because we do have plastic pipes in a lot of areas in town. And once we identify plastic pipes, we don't have to touch those usually for about 60 or 80 years. So that is a benefit when we can find them. In order to facilitate a stronger bond rating for future projects, I've been speaking with Brandon and Chuck next year about doing a small $1.4 million project and doing a small bond for that. Once we have a bond, we'll be able to use that to build. It's very similar to your personal credit. Because we've not bonded recently, if we go for a very large bond right away, that's a very high risk. And in municipal bonds, high risk does not mean huge jacks in interest rate, but it does impact your interest rates. Again, I will thank you for the guidance on the items that we have. Those were the two large items that were standing out. I do have many tweaks to do, and this week I will have the budget draft out to the council. I will commit to having it out by Thursday because right now I have items that are works in progress that I would like to clean up before I can get them, before I send them out. I will commit to having them to the council by Wednesday afternoon or first thing Thursday morning, so that you can have time to review. I know this is a very difficult conversation. The other items that I had on the list here are under $20,000 and we can discuss at a future point because I know our meeting went late and we're 9:45. I don't wanna keep us too crazy. But I just wanna say that we do have some very difficult decisions to make. And we are looking at probably 3 to 5 years to see the end of the tunnel. I want to be realistic and straightforward with the council on that. This is not a one-year fix.
Do you have a list of those items that you're looking at, wanting us to consider?
Yeah, if you sent that out, then we would have time to look and give feedback.
Before the meeting?
It was the printing and advertising. I did have an opportunity to, the council approved expenses, which was the nonprofit grants we've already identified. I have 5,000 in training and travel. I've got IT workstations and furnishings that was requested at 24 for a $12,000 cut. GoGov software for building and fire is a $10,000 expense. I have a laundry list of about probably 20.
Do you just wanna send that to us so we can take a look at it before the next meeting?
I can send it to you first thing in the morning. So I just wanna clean up some of them, make sure that I don't have any additional.
Sure. And then if we could find out what we have in lodging tax, that would be really helpful.
Pardon?
Find out what we have in lodging tax.
I'll have that for you tomorrow.
Okay,
Could we find out what we have and what we're averaging per month? Because if we get an average per month, then we have an idea of what the coming in would be.
Yeah, I can.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, we good? Anything
So
else, Jeff?
just to clarify, we will be meeting next Monday at 5:30.
All right, thank you.
will you have a budget to us before that, so we can take a look at it?
He said Thursday.
It is my
Thursday?
intention,
Okay.
by Wednesday afternoon or Thursday morning, to have it to the council.
Okay,
And what time is the budget meetings, be at 5:30?
I believe that's what he said.
yep, 5:30. We are adjourned.